Chapter 1246. It wasn't until the distorted figure completely disappeared from this space that the huge clock face also disappeared in the mirage. Ugh. An indescribable sense of fatigue assaulted Kurumi's mind. Her body tilted and she fell to the ground. Kurumi. When the elven girls recovered from their shock and saw Kurumi on the ground, they all cried out in alarm. Kotori, who was closest to Kurumi, quickly reached out her hand and supported her. "Hey, are you okay?" Kotori was surprised to see Kurumi gasping for breath in her arms. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion. "Didn't you say you could use the bullet of 12? Won't it make any difference?" Yeah, you're not lying to us, are you? That won't do. Didn't Master tell you not to act rashly? Displeased, if Master sees you like this, he will definitely blame himself. If you act rashly, I won't help you if Master scolds you. Kurumi couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable listening to the different elven girls. She turned her head away and forced a smile. Bullet of 12 foot. It can allow the target to return to the past, but the time of return can only be specified to that day. It can't be used to point back the time. In order to not let Lord Husband miss the exact time and to allow Lord Husband to have enough time to stay there, I used a little too much spiritual power. Are you okay? Kotori pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. There are so many elves here. You have plenty of spiritual energy, but you just had to mess around. Fortunately, Big Brother left. Otherwise, if he knew about this, you would definitely be scolded. That's true. Who told Master Darling to be so gentle? Kurumi bitterly smiled and shook her head. She took a deep breath and broke free from Kotori's embrace. She retracted her spiritual energy and the black and red spiritual equipment disappeared from her body. I'm just a bit tired. I'm fine. Hearing this, the group of elf girls carefully sized up Kurumi. When they didn't find any abnormalities other than tiredness, they relaxed their tense faces. Yakuya walked over to where Wu Yen was standing. He touched the air there as if he was checking if Wu Yen is still there. He clicked his tongue. Did Master really return to 5 years ago? If I remember the time correctly. Kurong-san calmed down her breathing. She tidied up her clothes and hair. Kotori turned into an elf and engulfed the entire Heavenly Palace city in a sea of fire. August 3rd. Yuichi Origami, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were shining with a terrifying light. There was no hatred or coldness in her eyes. Instead, her gaze was so bright that it shocked everyone present. August 3rd, 5 years ago. Right? Tabichi Origami said as she shifted her gaze to Kotori. Kotori snorted when she saw Tabichi Origami looking at her. That's right. August 3rd, 5 years ago. Kurumi nodded. She looked at Wu Yen and murmured, that's right. If nothing unexpected happens, hubby will be back soon. Don't worry. Question, can he really come back? Yuxian narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi. He won't be able to come back, right? No. That's impossible. Kuang Sanmao replied firmly. The amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time depends on how long it takes to travel back in time. The amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time is also determined by the amount of spiritual energy that was injected into the bullet. Once the amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time exceeds the amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time, hubby won't be able to travel back in time. How long will it take? Meijio looked at Kurumi. Kurumi smiled. I'm not sure if the flow of time is the same as the flow of time here. But I don't think it'll take too long, at most half an hour. I see. At the side, Toka and Yoshino also heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. The elven girls looked at where Wu Yen was standing. They waited for their loved ones to return. At this moment, Origami Kitsune suddenly made a sound. Toka Kurumi. I want to borrow your power. Tokichi Origami's sudden words stunned all the girls present. You. Kurumi looked at Toka Origami in shock. What did you just say? I want to borrow your power. Toka Origami stared at Kurumi. Her eyes glowed with passion. I want to borrow your angelic power that can travel back in time. Hearing Tabita Origami's words that contained a different kind of emotion and the rich light in his eyes, Tabita, Yoshino, Yagoya, Shisien, and Meijyo didn't know how to react. They could only stare blankly at Tabita Origami with their mouths slightly agape. Is this still the cold and emotionless Toka Origami? Kotori and Kurumi glanced at each other as if they had seen through Tabichi Origami's thoughts and looked at her. You want me to use the bullet of 12 on you? Do you want to bet on it? That's right. Toka Origami's eyes rippled. She looked at Kurumi and said. As long as you promise to help me, I can do anything you want. You want to return to 5 years ago too, right? Kotoni said to Tabichi Origami expressionlessly, you want to change history and save your dead parents, right? The elven girls gasped upon hearing this, and Tabichi Origami clenched her fists tightly. Unconcealable hope and determination appeared on her face, confirming Kotori's words. Change history. Kurumi's expression became slightly absent-minded. The way she looked at Toichi Origami also began to change. Return to the past and change history. She was so similar to herself in the past. Kurumi took a deep breath. Her eyes sharpened. What if I refuse? Yuichi Origami's eyes narrowed as he stared at Kwang-san and said in a deep voice. Then, no matter what it takes, I will make you agree. Her resolute words reverberated through the area and entered the ears of everyone present. At this moment, all the elven girls present could feel the determination in Kitaichi Origami's heart. Indeed, with Toka Origami's personality, she would do anything to save her parents. As long as she can make Kurumi use the bullet of 12 on her, she would do it without hesitation. Yuichi Origami's mind was very smart, and her personality was very calm. However, once she encountered something related to her parents, she would make extremely reckless moves. When the elves were annihilated, this calm girl would charge into the fray. She would even ignore the orders of her captain and superiors to kill the elves. When encountering her enemy, this usually calm girl would immediately go crazy. She was so crazy that in order to kill her enemy, she would ignore the ordinary people around her and launch an attack. If Toka Origami's classmates saw her like this, they wouldn't be able to recognize her. Who would have thought that the originally calm and composed Origami Kitaichi would act recklessly under certain conditions without considering the consequences? Thinking of this, Kurumi and Kotori had a helpless expression. If it was me in the past, I might not mind helping you. After all, for me now, the cost of using Angel is no longer worth mentioning. The cost of using the bullet of 12 can go back to 5 years ago. Kurumi looked into Toka Origami's eyes. But, I still won't agree. Kita Origami's delicate body trembled, and the light in her eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why? Because my life is no longer mine. Kurumi smiled. Her smile was gentle like never before. Whether it's power or anything else, it belongs to him, my husband. As if in response to Kurumi's call, the space where Wu Yen was standing twisted and a figure was spat out from it. Seeing this figure, the group of elf girls were overjoyed. However, when they saw the expression on the figure's face, the joy on their faces instantly froze. Chapter 1247. Bitterness. Bitterness is written all over his face. Wu Yen appeared in the isolation ward again, this time in front of everyone. Bitterness is written all over his face. This made all the elven girls and even Tokichi Origami hold their breaths. Their hearts suddenly tensed up. Could it be that Wu Yan really did something 5 years ago that caused the death of Tabichi Origami's parents? The elven girls' faces changed at this thought. Tabichi Origami's face turned ugly. She looked at Wu Yan with hatred and murderous intent. Come to think of it, once she confirms that Wu Yan is the one who killed her parents, even if her injuries aren't fully healed, Tabichi Origami would fight Wu Yan to the death. Shido. Brother Shido. Brother. House-sama. Master. Dear. In contrast with Kitsune Origami, all of the elven maidens were crying out with concern on their faces, but they didn't know what to do after that. Should they ask? How? Were they supposed to ask if the most important person in their hearts had gone berserk and killed an ordinary couple? How could they possibly ask that? With such thoughts in mind, the elven girls stood rooted to the spot and panicked. Kotori and Kurumi were the more rational ones and were the first to calm down. They quietly walked towards Wu Yan and stood on his left and right. Are you all right? Even Kotori couldn't help but be cautious at this moment. Her tone was extremely soft as she asked this question. Did it go through, bullet of 12? Do you feel any discomfort after using the bullet of 12? If you feel something is wrong, please tell us, House-sama. Kurumi also spoke. Her red eyes met Wu Yan's gaze. After all, I've never used the bullet of 12 before. This is the first time I've used it. The ability to reverse time is limited to cognition. If it's used in practice, it's hard to avoid some problems. Yes, Sherdao. 10 Fragrance said worriedly, where do you feel uncomfortable? You must tell me, even if you are the master of the 8 dance of the hurricane. It's hard to avoid being plagued by illness. Yakuya tried to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a humorous tone. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He pretended to be arrogant. Don't worry. You are my master. I won't laugh at you. I'm concerned. I hope that master will not hide it from me. Shi Xian also opened her bright silver eyes and stepped forward. He approached Wu Yan. Otherwise, Shi Xian will be very worried. Fourth aunt didn't say anything. Instead, she came to Wu Yan's side and held his hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable worry. Meijio directly hugged one of Wu Yan's arms. Her beautiful face was filled with gloom. Seeing the unconcealable worry on the faces of the elven girls, Wu Yan's heart warmed. The bitterness on his face faded away and turned into a gentle smile. All right, don't worry. Wu Yan patted Meijio and fourth aunt's head and grinned. I'm fine. Seeing the genuine smile on Wu Yan's face, the elven girls relaxed. Only Tabichi Origami stared at Wu Yan and spoke in a deep voice. What did you do 5 years ago? Following Tabichi Origami's words, the atmosphere became heavy again. The elven girls were nervous, Kotori and Kurumi were no exception. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan slowly retracted his smile and sighed. If you want to talk about what I did, Tabichi Origami's eyes narrowed. She bit her lips and her shoulders trembled. She forced herself to speak. Was it you, the one who killed my parents? Everyone's gaze gathered on Wu Yan. Wu Yan turned around and saw Tabichi Origami's expression as if she didn't want to face reality. He closed his eyes. Even if I say no, you won't believe me, right? The elven girl's hearts tightened. Tabichi Origami clenched her fists and opened her eyes wide. Her lips trembled as she asked word by word. In other words, you really did kill my parents? Ha! Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. I can only say that the video you saw is real. The suppressed emotions in Kitsune Origami's heart instantly erupted. His expression also changed drastically. His body trembled as he endured the pain that came from his body. He struggled to get up with great difficulty and a sharp cry of grief sounded from his mouth. Kill. I'll kill you. Wait. Kotori frowned and looked at Wu Yan. The video is real. What about the truth? Hearing this, the group of young ladies also reacted. Wu Yan only said that the video was real. He didn't say that he killed Tabichi Origami's parents. Tabichi Origami, you do have a reason to think that I killed her parents. Wu Yan glanced at Tabichi Origami and said the truth that everyone wanted to hear. But I didn't kill her parents. Hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up and they couldn't help but smile. Only Tabichi Origami was still gnashing her teeth. Her gaze never left Wu Yan for even half a second. Her eyes were filled with indifference. Like you said, I won't believe you. Didn't you go back in time 5 years ago? Then show me the evidence to prove that you're not the one who killed my parents. You want proof, right? Wu Yan nodded. He extended his hand and a blinding white light enveloped Tabichi Origami. The light started surging around Tabichi Origami. Kyuchi Origami could clearly feel that with the appearance of this white light, her injuries were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain was also gradually disappearing. When the white light dissipated, Kyuchi Origami still felt that her body did not have much strength, but it was no longer a problem for her to move. Kanon healed Koichi Origami's wounds with the help of the Angel of Holiness. Wu Yan turned around after he healed her. If you want to know if I killed your parents, come with me. Wu Yan ignored Kotoichi Origami's reaction. He grabbed Yono's hand and they walked out of the room. Meijio, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm, followed them. The other girls exchanged glances and they quickly followed after them. Even Kotoichi Origami hesitated for a bit before she got off the bed and walked out of the room. Under Wu Yan's lead, the 7 elven girls and Tabichi Origami were teleported from Fraxinus to Heavenly Palace City. They arrived at a field full of flowers and plants. Heavenly Palace City is a city that is often damaged by spacequakes, so it's rare to see a field like this. Therefore, this is a well-known place. Today, however, there's no one here. It's probably because of the Tianyang ritual. With Wu Yan in the lead, the 9 of them entered the wilderness. They passed through the beautiful scenery and headed deeper into the wilderness. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place overgrown with weeds. Wu Yan stopped and he scanned his surroundings. It should be here. Where's the evidence? Tabichi Origami asked coldly, as if she was prepared to ask this question. Where's the evidence you're talking about? Wu Yan didn't answer Tabichi Origami's question. Instead, he turned his back to everyone and looked at an empty field in front of him. Dense mana swirled around his body and condensed into a pillar of mana. With a wave of his hand, the pillar of mana shot out and smashed into the empty field in front of him. Bang! With a loud explosion, a shockwave as strong as a tsunami blasted out. The shockwave engulfed the entire area in a cloud of dust. Wu Yan didn't care about the shockwave. He raised one of his hands and mana surged out from his palm. In the next moment, all the girls saw, in front of them, 2 huge blocks of ice flew out of the dust and landed in front of Wu Yan. Ice blocks. The girls looked at each other and walked forward. However, when they saw the full appearance of the ice block, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. What? Tabichi Origami's expression changed drastically. In the end, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Kite Origami muttered absent-mindedly as if he was sleep-talking. Dad. Mom, yes. There are 2 people in the ice blocks. They are Tabichi Origami's parents. How? How? All the girls present were dumbfounded. Chapter 1248. Wu Yan's vision blurred. He felt the bullet hit him. The moment he was hit, he lost consciousness for a brief moment. Now that he regained his consciousness, the first thing he felt was dizziness. Of course, it's not dizziness, it's more accurate to say that the bullet hit him. When the bullet hit him, Wu Yan felt like his existence was completely broken. There wasn't any pain, nor was there any sense of discomfort. At this moment, there was only a feeling of dizziness and nausea that made even his body spin. That's understandable. That's because Wu Yan is in the air. Bound by the strong gravitational force, it fell down at an extremely fast speed with its head facing down. Looking at the sky getting further and further away from him, Wu Yan finally realized what kind of situation he's in. He hurriedly used a flying technique and his falling body stopped in mid-air before stabilizing. Ugh! Wu Yan shook his groggy head as he floated in mid-air. He looked down and he frowned. Where is this? Opening his wine-red eyes, Wu Yan started observing his surroundings. The first thing he saw was a sun that was emitting a golden radiance. It's almost as red as blood. Sunset. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. So it's evening. Wu Yan came to this conclusion. Under the sunset, in the city full of buildings. Shadows are elongating, people's shadows, objects' shadows, and building shadows. Wu Yan carefully observed the city below. He can see the shadow of Tiangong City, but it's not exactly the same. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he realized this. Looks like I've successfully arrived at August 3rd, 5 years ago. August 3rd, 5 years ago. That's the day Kotori was turned into an elf. It's also the day Tabichi Origami's parents died. I didn't expect this. Wu Yan pursed his lips and he exclaimed. I've actually returned to 5 years ago. After sighing, he shook his head and got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He began to recall the first time he came here. He came to this world 5 years ago to prove that he's not the murderer of Tabichi Origami's parents. As Kotori said, 5 years ago, he didn't come to this world at all. He didn't even experience the life-changing transmigration. He was still living the life of an otaku in the world of ordinary people. How could he kill Tabichi Origami's parents? Therefore, when Tabichi Origami accused him of killing her parents, he didn't scoff at it but he didn't take it to heart either. But Kurumi's words reminded him. Once upon a time, because of an accident, he came to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. Could it be him at that time? What if he accidentally killed Tabichi Origami's parents? But that's impossible. Other things aside, when Wu Yan came here, other than using his flying skills, he didn't show any inhuman powers. Even if he killed Tabichi Origami's parents with his own power, he would have to be able to use his own power to do so, right? In Tabichi Origami's memory, it was Wu Yan who attacked and killed Tabichi Origami's parents. The two contradicted each other. Even Wu Yan couldn't figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Kurumi to waste a lot of time and spiritual power to make him come here to prove that he didn't kill Tabichi Origami's parents. Of course, other than that. When Wu Yan returned to this time, he still had a huge doubt that needed to be confirmed. Wu Yan recalled the first time he traveled back in time 5 years ago. He looked in a certain direction and he turned into a ray of light and flew forward. In that direction, soon, he would welcome his first time traveling through time and space. He only needed to follow him at that time and monitor him all the time. Then he could figure out whether he killed Tabichi Origami's parents or not. Just like himself at that time, he didn't know how long he could stay here, so he had to act as soon as possible. After clarifying his purpose, Wu Yan flew toward his destination at top speed. Then, not long after, a sharp alarm spread from the Heavenly Palace City below. That was not a spacequake alarm. It was a fire alarm. At the same time as this thought rose in his mind, Wu Yan clearly felt that the temperature in the air seemed to be gradually rising and boiling, and the dusk in front of him seemed to become more and more hot. His gaze moved down slightly, looking at Tiangong City below. Then, as Wu Yan expected, Tiangong City was burning. Buildings were burning. Flames were spreading. There were also the sirens of fire trucks and ambulances, fire alarms, people's screams, messy footsteps, and all the sounds were intertwined, forming a hellish scene in the sea of fire. Looking at the panicked people running crazily on the streets, Wu Yan sighed and turned his head away. With his strength, wanting to extinguish this fire was a simple matter. However, in that case, it would definitely cause irreversible historical changes. At present, Wu Yan didn't have the confidence to be strong enough to do such a thing as changing history, as he wanted without causing any impact. Therefore, he could only watch the big fire in Tiangong City. He simply closed his eyes and flew to the place where he arrived in his memory. After a long time, suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in Wu Yan's senses, making him stop abruptly. The magical power on his body rose, and a crude invisibility was used to hide his figure. In the next second, a very familiar figure appeared. It was Wu Yan, who traveled through time and space and came to Tiangong City 5 years ago. Looking at how his previous self went from a face full of panic to forcefully calming down and flying forward, Wu Yan felt curious and at the same time, he hurriedly followed her. In the past, he was just a half-baked true ancestor who hadn't even reached the 8th level. He didn't have the heaven-defying, red jade mode, nor did he have a powerful familiar. Although he wasn't at the 8th level due to the endless martial training and true ancestor bloodline, for the current Wu Yan, he was an existence that could be pinched to death with one hand. Therefore, Wu Yan was very confident in following his previous self, not afraid of being discovered. He carefully observed his previous self's every move to see if he inadvertently did anything. Unfortunately, Wu Yan was disappointed. Well, it wasn't that he was disappointed. His previous self didn't do anything, he just kept flying forward until he reached the center of a burning sea of fire. When he saw the young coterie, he stopped and flew down. At this point, it can be said that the death of Tokichi Origami's parents had nothing to do with Wu Yan. After all, after meeting the young coterie and sealing her spiritual power, his past self would disappear under the gaze of the young coterie and return to the world 5 years later. Just now, his previous self was also under his own surveillance, he didn't do anything unnecessary. It didn't match the image in Tokichi Origami's memory at all. Could it be that the image was fake? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan observed his past self. He comforted Coterie who was crying because she turned into a fairy. Then, he gave her the sealing bracelet. Then, he floated into the air amidst Coterie's cries and screams before disappearing into thin air. Nothing out of the ordinary happened during the whole process. Wu Yan watched his previous self disappear in mid-air and a part of Coterie's memory erased by the phantom that appeared in the center of the sea of fire. He sighed and frowned. The suspicion of him killing Tokichi Origami's parents can be cleared. However, Wu Yan wasn't happy at all. How did Tokichi Origami's parents die? How should he solve the other question in his mind? Wu Yan turned his head and he looked in a different direction. He turned into a ray of light and he continued flying forward. Chapter 1249. Toichi Origami is a pitiful and sad person. She was clearly living a happy and peaceful life. But one day, not only was the place where she lived corroded by a sea of fire, even her parents couldn't escape death. How cruel was this for a little girl who was at most 11 or 12 years old? Of course, no matter how cruel it was, the death of Toichi Origami's parents was an established fact. No matter how sad Toichi Origami was, this fact could not be changed. If this matter ended here, Toichi Origami would only be a person who met with misfortune in life. But the saddest thing is, Toichi Origami didn't let herself become a pitiful person. The saddest thing is, she witnessed the entire process of her parents' death. She even witnessed the person who killed her parents. Thus, from that moment onwards, this pitiful young girl embarked on a pitiful path. Hatred. These two words became Koichi Origami's life for the next 5 years. For the sake of revenge, such an ordinary girl walked on a completely different path from ordinary people and became a magician who surpassed human beings. For the sake of revenge, such an ordinary magician invested all his time into cruel training, just to have the power to support the hatred in his heart and avenge himself. For revenge, she could use any existence that could be called a monster as the target of her venting. For the sake of revenge, she sacrificed time and space, allowing herself to embark on a pitiful path. But this isn't the saddest part. Wu Yan, who knows the original plot, knows something else. This girl who only had vengeance in her life had always been seeking revenge. The target of her vengeance wasn't the elves who she hated the most, nor was it Kodori who she hated the most, nor was it her current self who she hated the most. That's right. Toichi Origami herself. She herself was her own enemy. Wu Yan still remembers. In the original work, Koichi Origami, who was searching for power, encountered a phantom at a certain point in time, just like the previous time. He was given a spirit crystal and became an elf. After becoming an elf, Toichi Origami went to find Kurumi and asked her to use her bullet of 12. The power of Bet sent her to the day her parents died. By killing the phantom, whom she mistook as the enemy who killed her parents, she changed the history of her parents' deaths. At that time, Toichi Origami walked on a path of no return. Because after using the bullet of 12, she returned to 5 years ago. Koichi Origami fought with the phantom of that time. In the end, a stray bullet from his attack accidentally hit his parents from 5 years ago, causing them to die. In other words, she used the bullet of 12. The power of returned to 5 years ago, and Origami Kite, who had turned into a fairy, was the culprit who had killed his parents. This is the most cruel experience of this pitiful and sad girl's life. How could Origami Kitsune know that she was actually her enemy? In that situation, Toichi Origami treated the death of her parents as the hatred in her heart for 5 years and used it as the motivation to survive, fight against the elf, and pursue power. How desperate must Toichi Origami be? That's easy to imagine. Because of this, when Wu Yan noticed Phantom coming into contact with Koichi Origami, not only did he beat her back, he also took away the spirit crystal that he was planning to give to Koichi Origami. He didn't want to let this pitiful girl suffer the same fate as Koichi Origami. But Wu Yan didn't expect that he would become Toichi Origami's enemy in the end. What was going on here? Without the power of the elf, without the help of Kurumi, without the help of the bullet of 12, and without the power of bullet of 12. 5 years ago, logically speaking, Tabichi Origami's parents should have died in an accident, or maybe they didn't even die. Now that things have developed to this point, even Wu Yan couldn't wrap his head around it. This is also the two main reasons why Wu Yan chose to return to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. Firstly, he wanted to confirm if he had accidentally killed Tokichi Origami's parents 5 years ago. Second, to confirm that Toichi Origami didn't go back to 5 years ago, the real cause of her parents' death. Fortunately, before coming, Wu Yan read Toichi Origami's memory and knew where Toichi Origami lived 5 years ago. Otherwise, he really didn't know where to find the truth of the matter. According to the memory in his mind, Wu Yan, who turned into a stream of light, crossed the air at an extremely fast speed, separated the thick smoke caused by the burning fire, and shot out like an arrow, rushing to Toichi Origami's former home. Although Heavenly Palace City is still quite big, Wu Yan's speed is also very fast. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the place in his memory and look at a building below. That was Toichi Origami's former home. However, this former home is now covered by flames. Only vague black shadows and billowing smoke can be seen. Other than that, only the fiery red flames are left. Suspended in the air, Wu Yan could clearly see that in the almost burned building, a middle-aged man was hugging a young woman, hiding from the raging fire and running towards the exit. Those are Toichi Origami's parents. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Toichi Origami's parents are not dead yet. Just when Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, below, an accident happened. He saw that in the building, a heavy object that was originally hanging at the top suddenly lost its support under the burning flames and fell down. And under the heavy object, Toichi Origami's father was hugging his wife and escaping there in a panic. Seeing this, Wu Yan's heart tightened. Without time to think, he waved his hand and an invisible force suddenly blew away the heavy object that was falling towards Toichi Origami's parents. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late to make a move now. The falling heavy object was deflected by an invisible force. The heavy object that was supposed to fall on the heads of Tokichi Origami's parents rolled and landed on the backs of the parents who were passing by. After a loud muffled sound, Toichi Origami's parents fell to the ground on the spot and fainted. It's unknown whether they are dead or alive. His wine-red eyes suddenly trembled. Wu Yan's body reflexively leaned down, planning to save Toichi Origami's parents who fainted in the building. However, when he moved, Wu Yan realized something. If he saved Tokichi Origami's parents, would that be the reason why they were killed by the elves? If he didn't save them and let them die in the sea of fire, it would only be an accident, right? In that case, Toichi Origami wouldn't have any enemies and wouldn't have to live in hatred anymore. Thinking of this, Wu Yan was a bit shaken. However, it didn't take long for him to shake his head and reject this idea. With how much Koichi Origami valued her parents, if they died in the sea of fire, then Koichi Origami would definitely attribute the hatred of killing her parents to Kotori, the culprit who caused the fire in Heavenly Palace City, and then seek revenge on her. In that case, the problem wouldn't be solved. Why not just save Toichi Origami's parents? If he didn't kill Toichi Origami's parents, the hatred wouldn't exist anymore and everyone would be happy. However, the impact would be too great. At the very least, in the world they live in, Toichi Origami's parents are already dead. That's why Toichi Origami became a magician and joined AST. If he saved Toichi Origami's parents, Toichi Origami might not become a magician and won't join AST. In the worst-case scenario, it might even cause a space-time distortion in the future. The impact of that would be huge. Wu Yan, who is floating in midair, couldn't decide if he should save her or not. Wu Yan, who is floating in midair, couldn't make up his mind. However, time wouldn't wait for him. If this continued, Toichi Origami's parents would die in the sea of fire. He didn't have much time left in this world, so he didn't have time to think. Should he save them or not? Chapter 1250. If he saved Kenichi Origami's parents, the future would be changed and it would have a huge impact on the world 5 years later. It is even possible that Wu Yan's past with the elven girls would be completely negated and everything would become chaotic. If he didn't save them, Kenichi Origami's parents would die and Kenichi Origami would be controlled by the curse of hatred and become a pitiful person. No matter which option he chose, the result would be something Wu Yan didn't want to see. Compared to Wu Yan's relationship with the elven girls, Kenichi Origami's future didn't matter at all. After all, Tabichi Origami is Wu Yan's classmate. Due to their identities, they are like fire and water. Normally, they wouldn't even greet each other when they see each other, they might even fight each other. Comparing Tabichi Origami's future with Wu Yan's and the other elf girls' futures, Tabichi Origami's future is incomparable. But if possible, Wu Yan still wanted Kenichi Origami to be saved. You could say that he was overflowing with sympathy, or that he was just putting on an act. In any case, to let him helplessly watch such a pitiful young girl walk down a path without a bright future, he admitted that he really couldn't bear to watch. Looking at Kenichi Origami's parents who were lying in the middle of the sea of fire, Wu Yan finally made a decision: save. But he couldn't just save them without any consideration. He had to save Yuichi Origami's parents under the condition that it wouldn't affect the future. Thinking until here, Wu Yan's mind instantly turned and he focused on the current state of Kenichi Origami's parents. He also started to look for a feasible solution. Let the target be hit by the bullet of 12 yod. Power can't be maintained forever. According to the amount of Reiki given by Kurumi, it will determine how long Wu Yan can stay in this period of time. Wu Yan didn't know how long he can stay in this period of time, but it definitely won't be too long. Finding a solution during this period of time won't affect the future. Finding a way to save Kenichi Origami's parents isn't an easy task, Wu Yan pondered while paying attention to Kenichi Origami's parents. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. If Yukari was here, she would be able to find a solution in an instant, right? No. Yukari doesn't have to be here. Even if Shokuho Misaki was here, she would be able to find a solution in time. Not only won't affect the future, but he also has to save the people who were supposed to die. What should he do? Clenching his fists, sweat started dripping down his forehead as he tried his best to suppress the impatience in his heart. He tried desperately to think of a solution. If he doesn't affect the future, then he will have to make Kenichi Origami's parents in the next 5 years. Moreover, he had to make Origami mistake them for elves and kill her parents. Thinking, was Origami's parents' Misaki Origami's parents' misfortune? Also, Kenichi Origami's parents' death must be witnessed by an elf. Then, 5 years later. Then, Kenichi Origami's parents' reappearance. That way, he can save Kenichi Origami's parents without affecting the future and reunite them. But how should he do it? Wu Yan has a way to make Kenichi Origami's parents disappear in the next 5 years. Wu Yan can also think of a way to make Kenichi Origami's parents' death and mistakenly believe that they're no longer in this world. But what should he do if he wanted Tokichi Origami to witness his parents being killed by an elf? Where am I going to find an elf to kill Kenichi Origami's parents? Was he supposed to ask Kotori or Phantom for help? That's just bullshit. The best way to deal with this is to do it himself, but he's not an elf, no. Wait, Wu Yan paused. A bright light flashed through his wine-red eyes. Who said he's not an elf? In this world, wasn't he treated like an elf? Thinking of this, Wu Yan's expression changed drastically. In the end, it turned into a bitter smile. I see. That's how the video came about. Wu Yan sighed with a bitter smile. I really feel like I'm a sucker. Wu Yan took a deep breath and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in the building next to Kenichi Origami's parents. He reached out to check the breathing of Tabichi Origami's parents. When he found that they are still breathing weakly, he relaxed his tense expression. Good, they're not dead. A dense light flashed from his hand and shone on Tokichi Origami's parents. Instantly, the injuries caused by the falling heavy objects and the burns caused by the flames on the heavy objects recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye until they were completely healed. After that, Wu Yan retracted the power of the Holy Angel. He picked up Kenichi Origami's parents and disappeared again. How could this be? Outside the house that was covered in bright red flames, a little girl of about 11 or 12 years old stood there in a daze. Her white hair was pinned up to her shoulders with a hairpin. She watched as her house gradually turned into black charcoal. Her expression was gradually covered by despair. Daddy! Mommy! Kenichi Origami's petite body trembled as she screamed at the top of her lungs. She was hoping for a response. In the future, she would have charged into the fire without hesitation. However, she was only a child and didn't have the courage to do so. Daddy! Mommy! Kitsune Origami could only continue to shout. The more she shouted, the more her body trembled. The expression on her face also became more and more desperate. Until a certain moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out, covering her voice. It was the sound of the house's door being kicked open from the inside. Kenichi Origami saw her sweaty father holding her mother's shoulder as he rushed out of the house. He was in a sorry state. Daddy! Mommy! Origami's face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to rush towards where her parents were, a beam of fire fell from the sky and entered her eyes. Bang! With a loud explosion, the beam of fire fell where Kenichi Origami's parents were. It caused a violent shock wave and blew Kenichi Origami away. Ah! Under the attack of the shock wave, Origami Kite fell to the ground not far away. However, the pain that she imagined did not come. This made the young Origami Kite stunned. She subconsciously moved her gaze back to where her parents were originally. However, there was no one there anymore. All that was left was a huge crater. A strong sense of dizziness struck Toichi Origami's mind. It was as if the entire world was twisting. Her vision was shaking. Toichi Origami stared blankly at the hole where her parents were supposed to be standing. There was only one thought left in her mind. How could this be? Keeping a blank expression on her face, Yuichi Origami uncontrollably raised her head and looked at the source of the fire. Then, her pupils violently shrank. In the sky above the burning street, a figure was suspended in the air, looking down disdainfully. On his body, there were streams of fire moving back and forth like pythons. At this moment, Kenichi Origami understood. It's this person. It's this godlike person who killed my parents. Crazed hatred and anger surged into Origami's young heart and mind. Looking at the figure floating in the air, Origami's sorrowful cries filled with despair and darkness resounded through the entire space. Kill you, kill you. I will kill you with my own hands. Sigh. In the air, Wu Yan just destroyed the illusion of Kenichi Origami's parents with a beam of fire. He heard Kenichi Origami's sad cry and sighed. From this moment onwards, Tokichi Origami will bear the burden of hatred and spend the next 5 years, but that's for the sake of a better reunion 5 years later. I hope that in the future, you will be able to laugh out loud. Wu Yan looked at Tabichi Origami for a bit before he turned around and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1251. The burning fire was gradually extinguished by the fire trucks and water trucks, turning into thick white smoke that drifted into the sky. The bright red color had slowly faded from Heavenly Palace City, but Heavenly Palace City was still in chaos. Even though the fire had been controlled, this inexplicable fire had almost turned the entire Heavenly Palace City into scorched earth. The buildings had almost been burned down, and the streets were also scorched black. Thinking about it, after the fire was extinguished, it would not be so easy to restore Heavenly Palace City to its previous state even with the help of the display device. While Heavenly Palace City was in a mess, the wilderness far away from the city was very lucky to escape the disaster. It did not turn into scorched earth, nor was it visited by the flames. Although it could not be said to be completely preserved, at least, the scorched color was almost invisible here. It was such a wilderness that happened to meet Wu Yan's conditions and was chosen by Wu Yan. Holding Koichi Origami's parents and using the space transfer technique, Wu Yan came to this wilderness without much time. He chose a remote open space and waved his hand. A stream of magic power suddenly appeared like a giant whip and smashed down. Bang! In the open space, there was a muffled sound. A pit that covered a small area but was quite deep was smashed by the magic power stream, stirring up a burst of thick smoke and gravel. However, before they swept out, a stream of magic power blew the smoke and gravel aside, exposing the pit in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction and turned his head. He cast his gaze on Koichi Origami's parents who were unconscious. He squatted down. I'm really sorry. Next, you have to sleep for 5 years, but this is also for you and your daughter. Please forgive me. He lowered his head slightly. He expressed his apologies. Wu Yan stretched out his hands and placed them on Tokichi Origami's parents, mobilizing the magic power in his body. He activated the ability of one of the familiars sleeping in his blood, Ash Nice of the Enchantress. At the next moment, along with the emergence of a majestic mana, a white mist that carried a little bit of cold temperature slowly drifted from Wu Yan's hand and covered Kuchi Origami's parents. Almost in an instant, in the white mist, the bodies of Toichi Origami's parents were covered in ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was getting thicker and thicker. In the end, the two people in the white mist were completely sealed in a pair of ice blocks the size of a small car. Only then did the white mist gradually dissipate. Next, Wu Yan would freeze Yuichi Origami's parents and bury them in the hole in front of him, letting them spend 5 years without anyone knowing. After all, through the bullet of 12, yod. Wu Yan, who came to this world 5 years ago with the power of the bullet of 12, yod, will sooner or later be exhausted by the power of the bullet of 12, yod. Returning to the world 5 years in the future due to the exhaustion of the power of the bullet of 12, yod, is an irresistible phenomenon. He can't directly bring Yuichi Origami's parents back 5 years in the future, so he can only use this method. When Yuichi Origami's parents wake up again, it should be 5 years later when Yuichi Origami's parents are brought back to this world again. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan used his mana to lift the 2 huge ice blocks in front of him into the hole. Then, the mana used to lift the 2 ice blocks surged into the hole. With a forceful sweep, all the dust and stones were pushed into the hole, covering the hole with the ice blocks. After doing all this, Wu Yan slapped the ground hard. The space in front of him wriggled a few times and returned to its original state. No one would have thought that there's a couple sleeping in the ice blocks that can't be melted here. After setting up several defensive and concealment barriers around the space to prevent this place from being accidentally destroyed by the spacetime quake or other accidents, Wu Yan sighed in relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and bitterly smiled. Next, I have to go back and explain clearly. With a bitter smile on his face, Wu Yan used up the power of the bullet of 12, yod. The power of the bullet of 12, yod, began to twist like a whirlpool until it finally disappeared. That's how it happened. Looking at the 2 ice blocks that are still sparkling and translucent even after 5 years, and the couple sleeping peacefully within them, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and said, "So, that video is indeed true. At that time, I did make a move. This is an indisputable fact, but it was only 2 illusions that were killed, right?" Even Kotori couldn't help but sigh. You really put a lot of thought into this. In the end, even if you go back to the past, history can't be changed. Kurumi muttered with an inexplicable tone. At this time, the established facts are directly determined by the integration of all the things that have happened in the past. Even if you use the ability to go back to the past, it's still just an effort for the established facts now. History, however, will not change. Hearing this, the elven girls who knew about Kurumi's past immediately looked at her worriedly. This also woke up Kurumi, who was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere. Looking at the elven girls, Kurumi revealed her usual bewitching smile and told them that she was fine. That means. Tabichi Origami didn't care about the low temperature of the ice block. She put her hand on the ice block and spoke with a hoarse voice. My parents can still be alive, right? Yes. Looking at Koichi Origami's worried expression, Wu Yan subconsciously lowered his voice and gave her the answer she was waiting for. Don't worry, your parents aren't dead. Not dead. Not dead. My parents are not dead. Yuichi Origami murmured absent-mindedly like a broken doll. It was not until a long time later that an uncontrollable excitement appeared on her face. Not dead. Mom and Dad aren't dead. With an agitated expression, Tabichi Origami grabbed Wu Yan's shoulder with her frozen hand. She lost her usual cool. Hurry up. Let them out. Wu Yan nodded. He looked at the 2 ice blocks and waved his hand. The dazzling magic radiance shot out like a meteor and landed on 2 huge blocks of ice. Under the gaze of everyone present, the ice blocks melted. There wasn't the slightest sound, nor was there the slightest abnormality. The ice that had been maintained for 5 years melted at a speed that wasn't too fast nor too slow. Like evaporating alcohol, it turned into a cold white mist and dissipated into the air. The white mist gradually drifted and the ice blocks slowly disappeared. When the man and woman and the ice blocks were completely exposed, the white mist and the ice blocks disappeared. Wu Yan waved his hand again. This time, a dazzling white light shot out and landed on the man and woman. Soon after, everyone saw it, the man and woman's eyelids moved. As their eyelids twitched, Yuichi Origami's delicate body also trembled. Without thinking, Yuichi Origami rushed over and hugged her parents' bodies. Dad! Mom! Under Tabichi Origami's call, her parents' eyelids trembled and finally opened. Tabichi Origami felt like she was in a dream. Ugh! Amidst a groan, Tokichi Origami's parents covered their heads and looked around blankly. This is... Hearing that familiar voice, Tabichi Origami's emotions could no longer be suppressed. Dad! Mom! While choking with sobs, Yuani threw herself into the arms of her parents. In her eyes, the tears that had completely dried up 5 years ago once again sprouted life force and flowed down once again. Woo! Woo! In the air, the unrestrained cries of a child reverberated in the air. Everyone heard it. Looking at the white-haired girl who threw herself into the arms of her bewildered parents, Wu Yan exchanged glances with the other girls and they all laughed. Chapter 1252. See you on the top floor of the Central Plaza in the evening of the Afternight Festival. Looking at the message on his phone, he scratched his cheeks and sighed as he made his way to the Central Hall. It had already been 3 days since Yuichi Origami unreasonably made a move on the square of the Heavenly Palace. Wu Yan had a hard time in the past 3 days. He was attacked in the square of the Heavenly Palace, encountered a phantom, and was attacked by a dem. After that, he had to clean up the mess, control the impact of the incident, and go through a round of bullet of 12, YOD. He had to go back to 5 years ago to save Tabichi Origami's parents. It's only been 3 days but Wu Yan has been sighing and groaning for a long time due to all the things that have happened. Ever since Tabichi Origami reunited with her parents, they were brought back to Fraxinus by Coterie. She hasn't seen Wu Yan since. That's why he was invited out by Tabichi Origami. To be honest, Wu Yan was very surprised and even a bit nervous. He didn't know what that icy beauty would do next. For Wu Yan, these 3 days were very hard to bear. For the students of the 10 high schools, these 3 days weren't very relaxing either. They didn't have any memories of the elves and magicians. Jin Na, Yi Yu and the rest of Ratatoskr led by Ratatoskr had erased all of these students' memories. However, they still retained their memories of the Tianyang ritual. Due to an unknown explosion, the last day of the Tianyang festival was cancelled, which caused all the students to protest. After 2 days of hard work in the Tianyang sacrificial ceremony, the last day of the night sacrificial ceremony, which only belonged to the students, had been cancelled just like that. How could anyone be willing to accept it? Therefore, the group of students burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm. They protested fervently. The elven girls were also unwilling to let it go. They kept bothering Coterie. She had no choice but to use her connections with Ratatoskr. She cooperated with the students. The Afternight Festival was postponed for 3 days. It was held once again. The students were very satisfied with the result. Therefore, even though it was postponed for 3 days, today, the students were still as if they weren't affected at all. They were happily celebrating the night sacrifice. It was almost evening now, and the clamor could be heard everywhere. This was the best evidence. After passing through the lively streets, Wu Yan arrived at the Central Hall. The doors to the Central Hall were already closed. Even the staff had been evacuated. There was no place to enter. Wu Yan circled around the Central Hall but still couldn't find an entrance. In the end, he had no choice but to use space transfer and teleport to the rooftop. The sun was setting in the west, and the dazzling radiance sprinkled down. On the rooftop of the central hall, a beautiful girl with an extremely conspicuous white shoulder-length hair, wearing a short-sleeved inner shirt and shorts, stood with her back facing the entrance. She stroked her hair that was fluttering in the wind with one hand while looking into the distance, elongating the shadow behind her. Standing under the radiance, it formed an extremely beautiful scene. At first, Wu Yan thought he saw an angel and lost himself for a split second. When he came back to his senses, the beautiful girl under the setting sun had already turned around and looked at him. Her pretty face was as calm as an ancient well, but her pair of blue eyes were sparkling with a radiance that made one's heart flutter. It was still the same face and the same performance as before. However, looking at Kite Origami's expressionless face, Wu Yan felt comfortable all over. This was because he could clearly feel that even though that face was still as expressionless as before, the haze that could be hidden behind it had completely dissipated like the clear sky after the rain. Instead, it was replaced by a refreshing feeling that made people unconsciously feel comfortable. This was the current Kite Origami. She had completely gotten rid of the past, got rid of the hatred, and also got rid of the sad path. The perfect Kite Origami. If there was anything that made people feel unsatisfied with the current Kite Origami, it was probably that on that beautiful face, there had never been a smile. Wu Yan and Kite Origami looked at each other. Kite Origami didn't say anything. The two of them looked at each other quietly. They actually had a feeling that they could see through each other's thoughts. If outsiders saw them looking at each other like this, it would be hard for them to imagine that 3 days ago, they just had a one-sided battle to the death. After some time, Kite Origami finally broke the silence and walked in front of Wu Yan. She then bent down and deeply bowed to Wu Yan. "Thank you, and, sorry, gratitude and apology." This was the most realistic portrayal of Kite Origami's current mood. As for what she was thanking and apologizing for, there was no need to mention it again. Kite Origami has now been reborn. Wu Yan clearly realized this and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "You don't have to take it to heart, you saved me." Kite Origami looked into Wu Yan's eyes. "I won't forget this." Wu Yan scratched his cheek. "I think I saved your parents. To me, the person you saved is me." Toichi Origami used the simplest words to express her true feelings. "I was redeemed because of you, is that so?" Even Wu Yan felt a bit embarrassed at being asked this way. But he still asked anyway. "How are your parents?" "Yes, after a checkup, they have completely recovered to the level of a normal person, but because they slept for too long, their bodies are too stiff. It will take a lot of time for them to move normally." Kite Origami's face was expressionless, but her eyes were bright. She was clearly in a good mood. Ratatoskr has already used the excuse of being in a coma for 5 years as an accident to let mom and dad adapt to the world 5 years later. When they return to normal, they will be able to move freely. Then, are you okay on your side? Wu Yan teased. "You were originally a little girl, but suddenly became a beautiful girl. Your parents must be very uncomfortable." "Yes, compared to that, they are not used to my expression." Kite Origami replied, making Wu Yan laugh. "Then you have to smile more often in the future. Don't let others think that you've developed a weird habit, no." Kite Origami said without hesitation, "Even if my personality is bad, mom and dad will still treat me well like before." "Then they are really great parents." Wu Yan praised. "No wonder you are so attached to them. Yes, they're the best parents in the world." When Yuichi Origami said this, she tilted her head. There was no smile on her face, but there was an unusually cheerful wave in her eyes. Kite Origami looked at Wu Yan and suddenly said, "I have decided to leave AST and join Ratatoskr." Wu Yan paused and frowned. "Is this okay?" "I can't leave my current life." Kite Origami shook her head. "Although I want to live a normal life, I won't be able to get used to it without my magician skills. Kite Origami put her eyes in front of Wu Yan, as if she was speaking with her eyes. Kotori also invited me to join Ratatosk. She said she didn't want to let go of me who is better than the real one. I also want to repay you, so I agreed, this Kotori. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He hesitated and asked seriously. Have you really decided? In order to obtain power, my body underwent a magical treatment that is even stronger than the real thing. After a thorough examination, I have less than a year left. Tabichi Origami didn't answer Wu Yan's question directly. Instead, she changed the subject. Kotori said you have a way to restore me to normal. I don't want to lose the chance to spend my life with mom and dad again, so I can only work for you. From now on, I am yours. With this sentence as the conclusion, Yuichi Origami bowed again. Please help me one more time so that I can repay you, you. Wu Yan looked at Kite Origami, who kept her head down. He rolled his eyes at her helplessly. Don't regret it, I have a lot of trouble, yes. A monotonous response echoed in the air. There was a trace of undetectable joy hidden in it as it echoed under the setting sun. Chapter 1253. Lying in his bed, Wu Yan, who just woke up, looked at Tabichi Origami, who is lying on top of him with her hands on both sides of his head. Her face is only 10 centimeters away from him. She is looking at him with her clear and expressionless eyes. She didn't say a word. The wine-red eyes and the blue eyes looked at each other. Both of them had nothing to say to each other. For the next 5 minutes, Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami just stared at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was so cold that it sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Of course, the reason why this happened wasn't because the two of them had short-circuited their brains. At least, Wu Yan wasn't. During these 5 minutes of staring at each other in disbelief, his brain was spinning rapidly to think of a problem. What the hell is going on? Well, Wu Yan's brain was indeed short-circuited. He couldn't help it. The scene in front of him was too strange. After a conversation with Yuichi Origami last night, the two of them had buried the hatchet. Since Yuichi Origami was no longer a member of AST, she had completely let go of the hatred in her heart and will no longer hate the elves. The group of elven girls also knew about Yuichi Origami's incident and no longer viewed her as an enemy. But no matter what, Yuichi Origami didn't have a good relationship with them before this. However, the current situation was that the person who had just buried the hatchet and declared that he wanted to repay him not only appeared in this house full of elves today, but also in his own room in such a manner. No matter who it was, they would feel strange, right? No. Perhaps I should correct this. Yuichi Origami, the culprit, wouldn't feel strange. Time slowly passed. Another 5 minutes had passed. The two of them were still staring at each other in this manner. The atmosphere in the room was getting stranger and stranger. Finally, Wu Yan couldn't stand this strange situation anymore. His face froze. He spoke. Can you tell me what's going on? As if she was waiting for Wu Yan to speak, Tabichi Origami calmly replied the moment Wu Yan finished his sentence. Get up. Ha. I'm here to wake you up. Can I ask why? This is Shirji's order. Shirji? Yes. Actually. Can you be more specific? Around 7 a.m., I came here as instructed and knocked on the door at 6:34. Then, after about 3 seconds, Shirori answered my knock and opened the door for me 15 seconds later. Then, wait. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked that. Wu Yan resisted the urge to flip the table. He took a deep breath and looked at Tabichi Origami's pretty face. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then, I'll ask you a question. No problem. First, why are you in this house? Kotori asked me to come here. She said there's something to discuss. Discuss something. Wu Yan paused for a second before he recalled something. He frowned. Is it about the phantom? How can this be discussed in the house? It's fine. Yuichi Origami replied concisely. Kotori said Shirji will find an excuse to run away as soon as I come here. Is that so? Wu Yan started sweating. He shook his head and returned to the topic at hand. Then, why would Shirji ask you to wake me up? Maybe it's just Wu Yan's imagination. Tabichi Origami's eyebrows twitched for a split second when she heard his question. She didn't reply until a while later. Although I don't know the specific reason, according to my observation, this should be an excuse for Shirori to drive me away when I'm in the process of improving my relationship with her. Don't you understand? Wu Yan's lips twitched as he complained. Then, why did you wake me up in such a way? This is an experiment. What? This is an experiment. Tokichi Origami repeated the question with an expressionless face without the slightest bit of impatience. Then, he explained. It's because I've only learned how to use a female identity to intimately awaken a good friend who is also a female in the past. I don't understand what's the best way to awaken a man, so I tried to do this experiment. Can I ask where you learned this from? From a book. Yuichi Origami answered without hesitation. A book that's only available for rent in a very special store. I know that without you telling me. Wu Yan felt like all his energy was drained away by Tabichi Origami's emotionless words. He felt like he was out of energy. In conclusion, now that Shirji has run away because of you, you still followed Shirji's order to wake me up, but you didn't know what method to use. As a result, after experimenting one by one, when I woke up, I experimented with one of them, and the result became like this. Is it like this? Correct. Well then, let me ask. Wu Yan forced a smile as his expression turned unnatural. If I don't wake up, what will you do next? Yuichi Origami was silent for a moment before replying with a blank expression. According to the book, a certain part of a man's body will be particularly energetic in the morning. I'm going to stimulate that part and let you get up comfortably. Cough, cough, cough. A breath rushed into Wu Yan's heart and throat, almost choking Wu Yan to death. Fortunately, as a true ancestor, Wu Yan couldn't die. His face turned green. Let me ask again, how are you going to stimulate it? Lick. With her usual cold expression, Yuichi Origami said something that couldn't be ignored. Although there are many other ways to stimulate that part of the mind, according to statistics, licking is the most suitable and most comfortable way. Wu Yan didn't know what expression to use to respond to Yuichi Origami's answer. Excited. Of course there is. After all, a super beautiful girl was planning to wake him up by licking him. Regretful. Of course there is. After all, I woke up at the right time, right? But what was this feeling of being unable to let go of this feeling in his heart? Wu Yan looked at Yuichi Origami with a conflicted expression. After a long time, he finally said something. Aren't you afraid that Shirji will misunderstand our relationship? It doesn't matter. Once again, Origami answered without hesitation. Love has nothing to do with gender or quantity. I will use my actions to move Shirji. The problem is, your actions have scared Shirji away. Wu Yan reminded her out of kindness. That's because Shirji hasn't gotten over it yet. Yuichi Origami said calmly. And, because it's you, I did it. Because it's me. This time, Wu Yan's expression changed. Where did this come from? You are my benefactor. Yuichi Origami remained calm. So it doesn't matter. Because you are my benefactor, so it doesn't matter. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, his heart twitched uncontrollably. He felt that it wasn't a good thing to bury the hatchet with Yuichi Origami. If he had a good relationship with such a girl, once they started chatting, his lifespan would decrease. Looking at Wu Yan's pained expression, Tabichi Origami tilted her chin and said this. Don't you like it when someone stimulates your mind in the morning? Hearing Yuichi Origami's blunt words, Wu Yan showed a conflicted expression. He smiled bitterly and answered hesitantly. That depends on the person, and the situation, there are many other factors. In other words. Yuichi Origami interrupted Wu Yan and went straight to the point. You like it. Cough cough. Wu Yan coughed again. Before he could speak, Origami Kitsune spoke. Since that's the case, let me do some exercises for the next time. After saying that, Yuani folded a piece of paper and got into the quilt. Wait, not you, oh. Chapter 1254. Kotori sat on a sofa in the living room. She glanced at Tabichi Origami, who is sitting opposite her with an unapproachable expression. Then, she looked at Wu Yan, who is sitting on the sofa beside them. Wu Yan looked like he's in a trance. She frowned. Did something happen between the two of you just now? Or did I miss something? Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami's eyelids twitched. One shook his head while the other remained expressionless, as if he couldn't be bothered to explain himself. Kotori narrowed her eyes and snorted. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about what you guys did just now. Pulling out a small notebook and a pen from her pocket, Kotori twisted the pen tip and opened the notebook. Her expression turned serious. Then, it's time for us to start the question and answer session. About the phantom. Phantom. Tabichi Origami raised her eyebrows and looked at Kotori. The phantom you're talking about is the one who appeared in front of me the other day. The one who was covered in mosaics and whose body and voice couldn't be seen, right? Yes. That's right. Kotori perked up. That day, Phantom took the initiative to come into contact with you. Until he was defeated by his brother, there was a period of time. You two must have had a conversation, right? Kotori stared at Tabichi Origami. I want to know the content of that conversation. Kotori added solemnly. Everything. Hearing this, Yuichi Origami raised her eyebrows for a moment. She immediately lowered her head and pondered for a while. While recalling the contact with the phantom that day, she slowly simulated the entire process and conversation. She used to be a member of AST. Due to Tabichi Origami's personality, her explanation of the encounter with Phantom was concise and accurate. She tried her best to make the entire process as clear as possible. She even included the conversation between Wu Yan and Phantom at the end. Kotori wrote something in her notebook as she listened to Tabichi Origami's narration. Just like that, the two of them went back and forth, repeating the events of that day one after another. Wu Yan felt a bit bored at this point. Just like Kotori said, Shirori found an excuse when Tabichi Origami came to visit. They escaped from the house and brought all the elven girls with them. Now, only the three of them were left in the Five River house. Ignoring Wu Yan, Kotori and Tabichi Origami continued their investigation of the phantom. As time went by, the investigation was completed. However, the frown on the two girls' faces deepened as the investigation progressed. First, we induced the phantom with language, then we gave the spirit crystal. Kotori tapped the notebook in her hand and said with displeasure, that's basically the same as when I was with Meijio. It's useless to investigate like this. I told you to ignore the phantom for now, but you just had to look into it. Wu Yan mocked her in a sarcastic tone. See, we didn't get anything in the end, right? Don't talk like it has nothing to do with you. Kotori raised her eyebrows and yelled at Wu Yan. If you hadn't let Phantom go, we would have been able to get more information. We might have even been able to find out the real identity of Phantom. I don't think so. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Although I don't know exactly how strong that phantom is, since she was able to hide her existence when I didn't pay attention to the surroundings, silently contacted Origami Kyuchi, and even had a conversation with it. In the end, if it weren't for her carelessness, I might not have noticed her appearance until the end. Just this hidden ability alone is enough to make our gains close to zero. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a grin. I think, unless Phantom comes to us herself and makes contact with us, with her cautious attitude and unusual concealment ability, it'll be difficult to find her. I feel like the Phantom has been watching us from the dark. Kotori bit the lollipop in her mouth and clicked her tongue. The more compatible the target of the spirit crystal is with the spirit crystal, the more powerful the spirit crystal will be after it is transformed into a spirit crystal. In other words, before the spirit crystal was given to me, Meijo, and Kite Origami, Phantom already had a certain understanding of us and had been paying attention to us in a certain way, right? Kotori subconsciously looked around and her red eyes flashed. Could it be that the Phantom has been with us all this time? Hearing this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became silent. Around us. Wu Yan sighed. That's not impossible. After all, I wouldn't be able to discover her if I didn't pay special attention to her. In other words, it's possible. Kotori's eyes lit up, she smiled mischievously. Come to think of it, the spirit crystal that Phantom intends to give to Origami Kwan is in our hands. She's paying attention to us from all around. It's not impossible for her to steal it when we're careless. Speaking of which, we haven't investigated the spirit crystal yet. Kotori looked at Wu Yan. Where's the spirit crystal? Oh, it's with me. Wu Yan stretched his hand out as if he was trying to find something on his body. Before he could put his hand into his pocket, Tabichi Origami opened her hand with a cold voice. In his hand, the spirit crystal, that originally belonged to Origami Kitaichi, was releasing a bright white light. You! Wu Yan looked at the spirit crystal in Tabichi Origami's hand in shock. When did you take it? This morning. Tabichi Origami said calmly. I found it in your pocket. Pocket? Kotori was stunned, she glared at Wu Yan. You put something so important in your pocket. Ah ha ha ha. Wu Yan quickly laughed and shrugged his shoulders. I studied it last night, I was too sleepy so I just stuffed it in my pocket. You. Kotori glared at Wu Yan and turned away. She looked at Tabichi Origami with a sour expression. Forget about him. He's just a freak. Nothing will happen to him. But how can you casually come into contact with spirit crystals? This is something that will turn you into a fairy the moment you touch it, you know? I guessed a little. Kotori's expression darkened, but Tabichi Origami remained expressionless and raised her hand. That's why I didn't touch it. Wu Yan and Kotori were stunned. They noticed there was a layer of green light between Tabichi Origami's hand and the spirit crystal. Is this the domain of will? Kotori's expression improved, but she still rolled her eyes at Tabichi Origami. Even if there's a Totori, you can't touch it. What if you accidentally turn into a spirit? Tabichi Origami didn't answer. She looked at the spirit crystal in her hand and glanced at Wu Yan. She seemed to be thinking about something. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, an alarm sound came from Kotori's radio. Before Kotori could react, an anxious voice came from the radio. Commander. This is bad. Elaine. Mira. Methers escaped. What did you say? Kotori exclaimed. Chapter 1255. Heavenly Palace City, on a certain street. On the busy street, a slender figure passed by the pedestrians at an astonishing speed. The surrounding pedestrians widened their eyes in surprise as they rushed towards their destination. This person was none other than Irene, who had tried her best to escape from Ratatosker's secret facility. Irene's goal was to head to the AST base where Weiss Court was stationed. She compressed her Tori and wrapped it around her body. Then, she sprinted towards her destination as fast as she could without the CR unit. As she sprinted, she clenched her teeth tightly. Irene must return to the AST base before Ratatosk's pursuers catch up to her. That's the only way to ensure her safety. Otherwise, even if she didn't care about Ratatosk's people, she would be at her wit's end if the few existences she feared were to come looking for her. At the same time, Irene's heart was filled with grievances. As the world's most powerful magician and an invincible existence, Irene had never thought that one day, she would actually fall to the point where she would become someone's prisoner and even have to run away from someone's pursuit. But she has no choice. Among the existences that Alice sees as enemies, there are some that she has no choice but to fear. Itsuka Shido. Natsuki Minamiya. Itsuka Kodori. The three of them had once defeated her without any injuries. With Irene's strength, there was no way she could resist them. Irene can only endure the aggrieved and humiliated feeling in her heart. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards the AST base. However, with her current speed, she doesn't know if she can reach the AST base before the enemies arrive. That's still an unknown quantity, there's no other way. Irene looked around. She suddenly plunged into a small alley. Then, a burst of bright light flashed in the small alley. The next moment, a ray of light shot into the sky with the sound of an engine. He shot past them and continued to head towards AST's base. His entire body was equipped with the platinum-colored special CR unit, Pandaragon, and he unleashed his Tori that was much more powerful than a few seconds ago. Irene operated the thrusters as fast as she could. She recalled what Wu Yen said to her that day. Now, you have two choices. 1. Tell me where Will Scott is right now. I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to him. Perhaps I'll cripple him, but I definitely won't kill him. 2. You don't have to say anything. I'll find Will Court myself. Once I find him, you can buy flowers for him to visit his grave. Recalling how that man had said those words in front of her, Irene's eyes flashed with hatred, and her speed increased to another level. I won't let you succeed. Heavenly Palace City, AST Garrison Base, in the luxurious room, Will Scott sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Surprisingly, there was no longer that annoying smile on his face, not even the slightest bit of expression. This was a very unusual thing for Will Court. However, it was no wonder that his most capable assistant, who could also be said to be his strongest trump card, was captured by Ratatosk's men. This was too unexpected for Will Court. It was too much of a blow. Fortunately, Will Court was quite capable. He did not lose his composure at all. He still did what he was supposed to do, but it was inevitable that he would behave differently from usual. If anyone who was familiar with Will Scott was here, they would know that the Will Scott who didn't do anything was the most unusual Will Scott. One could only imagine how Will Scott was feeling right now. But it was a pity that his mood didn't last long. Shortly after, as though he sensed something, Will Scott opened his eyes abruptly and gazed at the door. His lips curled into a sharp and disgusted arc as usual. Ike! Almost at the same time, the door was violently flung open, and Irene strode into the room. Her face was still cold, but her forehead was covered with sweat. It was clear that she had exhausted a lot of energy just now. Oh, you're back. Will Scott's eyes narrowed into slits as he spoke in a mocking tone. As expected of you, even Itsuka Shido was unable to imprison you. No, Itsuka Shido only came to talk to me once. He didn't interfere with my imprisonment. Ike took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. However, Ike, I must tell you a piece of bad news. Is it about Itsuka Kodori? Will Court leaned back on the sofa with a calm expression. The magicians who escaped reported to me. I didn't expect Itsuka Kodori to have the power to defeat you. Irene was silent for a moment before she sighed and spoke. "Ick, what should we do now?" Irene bit her lips as she looked at Will Scott. Whether it's Itsuka Shido, Itsuka Kodari, or that angel Natsuki, their power is beyond the realm of elves. They are beyond our reach. Can we really capture them? That's right. Indeed, this is very unusual. Will Scott narrowed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. The strength of the elves around Itsuka Shido seems to be beyond our expectations. This must be related to Itsuka Shido. Irene nodded silently and agreed with Will Scott. It's not like the DM hasn't fought fairies before. Irene didn't only encounter fairies in Heavenly Palace City. However, compared to the fairies she encountered before, Wu Yen, Kodari, and the others are way too strong. They're so strong that they shouldn't be the only fairies that can handle them. This made Will Court and Ike suspect that Wu Yen is the cause of this. With the power of Dem, they knew that whenever elves appeared, Wu Yen would take the initiative to contact them and seal their spiritual energy. They even found out about Ratatosker's existence. Now, whenever the DM gets involved with Wu Yen, all sorts of things will go wrong. How can Will Scott and Irene not suspect that Wu Yen is the culprit behind all this? Looks like that man is a bit special. Will Court stroked his chin, an excited smile appeared on his face. If only I could know his secret. Ike. Irene raised her voice slightly, and there was a trace of helplessness in it. I know what you're thinking, but that man is too dangerous. With our power, we can't do anything to him. You're right. Will Court sighed helplessly, but he soon smiled. However, from another perspective, isn't such a powerful sprite exactly what we're after? This. Elaine opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute. However, when she thought of what Will Scott had done, she immediately shut her mouth. Don't worry. Seeing Irene fall silent, Westcott smiled as if he was comforting her. Human nature has a lot of weaknesses, the same goes for the elves. Even if we can't find them now, it doesn't mean that we won't be able to find them in the future. No matter what, we have a lot of advantages over them. Even if they have Ratatosker behind them, it's still the same, let's wait. Westcott stood up and turned his back to Kieran as he came to a conclusion. His voice echoed clearly in the area. We just don't have the chance now, we're at a disadvantage. Sooner or later, there will be an opening. We'll make our move then. Anyway, I'm used to waiting. Just as Will Scott finished his sentence, a mocking voice rang out. Too bad I don't have that much time to play with you. Chapter 1256. Too bad I don't have that much time to play with you. A nightmarish voice drowned out Will Scott's words and reverberated in the luxurious room. Hearing this voice, Westcott's eyes turned cold and Irene's pupils shrank. The two of them turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Then, their expressions changed. Wu Yen was standing at the entrance of the room. He was wearing a black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. He had black hair and red eyes. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. He had an inexplicable smile on his face. Irene was expressionless. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. Irene. Irene was the first to react. She leaped up and arrived in front of Will Scott. A golden light flashed on her body, and her special CR unit, the Pendaragon, appeared and covered her body. She pulled out the sword-shaped equipment from her back and issued a command in her mind. A laser beam shot out from the handle of the sword-shaped equipment. Irene pointed it at Wu Yen. Her expression was full of vigilance. You. When did you? Don't be nervous. Wu Yen revealed a half-smile that Irene feared the most. He shrugged. I just got here. I have no intention of eavesdropping. Although, I can more or less guess the content of your conversation. Do you think I'll believe you? Irene heard Wu Yan's words. She did not let down her guard. Instead, she glared at him. If you didn't follow me from the beginning, how would you know? How did you know we were here? Irene's eyes widened as she thought of something. Did you guys arrange for me to escape on purpose? To find Irene. Don't think we are as bad-hearted as you dem. Wu Yan looked at Irene with an innocent expression, the corner of his lips slowly curled upwards. Well, anyway, you won't believe me even if I tell you this, you. Irene impulsively grabbed the laser sword in her hand. She wanted to rush to Wu Yan, but she was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. Calm down. Irene, you are losing your composure. Will Scott patted Irene's shoulder and he looked at Tabichi Origami who was standing beside Wu Yan. He helplessly smiled. I think the reason why Daoist Monarch Scholar is here should be because of Origami Crane, right? Irene. Irene was stunned for a moment before she remembered. As a member of AST, not only did Tokichi Origami know that they were in AST's base, but she had also come here to meet Westcott because of the video. Naturally, he would also know where Will Scott and Irene were. Kite Origami. Irene's expression darkened. Her gaze towards Kite Origami turned dangerous. I didn't expect you to be someone who bites the hand that feeds you. I've gained power. Although it's because of your help, I've also paid the price. You've also used me once. Yuichi Origami replied expressionlessly. From the very beginning, we were never on the same side. Weren't on the same side. Irene stared at Tokichi Origami's cold face. Aren't you from AST? Don't you hate elves the most? Isn't the person next to you the one who killed your parents? No. You're wrong. Yuichi Origami's eyes released a cold light. He's my benefactor. Benefactor. This time, it wasn't just Irene who was stunned. Even Will Scott was stunned. Benefactor. Isn't he the one who killed her parents? How did he become her benefactor? Looking at Tokichi Origami's beautiful face, whose expression and emotions could not be read at all, Will Scott and Irene frowned. They couldn't figure it out. It's not their fault. After all, they saw the video of Wu Yan killing Irene's parents. It's natural for them to react this way. Looks like something out of our expectations happened again. Will Scott looked at Tabichi Origami for a long time before he looked at Wu Yan. He shrugged without a hint of nervousness. Daoist Lord, sure, you're really special. It would be great if we could be friends. I'm sorry. Wu Yan smiled meaningfully. The first time we met, you threatened to attack the people around me. I intimidated you. The second time we met, you did attack me and I destroyed one of your branches. The third time we've met, which is now, you've once again attacked the people around me, and I've once again come knocking on your door. The 3 times we met, plus our identities. Wu Yan shook his head and sighed. Do you think it's possible for us to be friends? Of course. Of course. Will Scott spread out his hands with a friendly smile on his face. As long as you're willing, we can be friends at any time. No matter what you want, I'll satisfy you. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Will Scott's words. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the executive director of DM to say something like this at a time like this. Should I say as expected of a villain? Or should I call you a pig? Ignoring Irene's angry glare, Wu Yan rubbed his stomach that's starting to hurt from all the laughing. His smiling eyes are like knives cutting through Will Scott and Irene. If you're trying to stall for time so that the people from AST and DM can come and support you, then don't waste your time. The moment I entered this place, I've already set up a barrier around this place. Both Scott and Irene's expressions changed. Wu Yan mocked them. Do you understand now? In other words, even if I kill all of you here, no one will know about it until it's over. Buzz. Irene unleashed her Tour to envelop Will Scott. At the same time, she stomped on the ground and charged towards Wu Yen. Ike! Run! Irene controlled her Tour to send Will Scott away while she swung her laser lightsaber towards Wu Yan's neck. Clang! However, the laser lightsaber collided with another laser lightsaber before it could hit Wu Yan's neck. The crisp sound of weapons clashing against each other caused a sonic boom that blew at Irene's blonde hair. It also blew away the cold expression hidden behind her short white hair. Irene's pretty face turned grave as she looked at Toichi Origami, who was holding a laser lightsaber and fighting against her. Toichi Origami was equipped with the sister machine Mordred that was very similar to her Pandaragon in terms of appearance and performance. She would never have thought that at this critical moment, the person she would be facing was actually the controller of her own personal cryo unit. Origami Kitsune. Irene said coldly. Do you think you're my opponent? Irene. I don't need to be your opponent. Origami Kitsune raised her head slightly. She gripped her lightsaber and rubbed it against Irene's lightsaber, causing sparks to fly. I just need to achieve my goal. Achieve my goal. Irene frowned and her expression changed. She abruptly turned around and looked behind her. What she saw made her expression change drastically. In the middle of the luxurious room, Wilcott's Tour had disappeared without him noticing, but his body was still floating in midair. It wasn't because Will Scott also had extraordinary strength, but because a hand that was disproportionate to Will Scott's body was tightly gripping his neck and lifting him up into the air. He was struggling with a painful expression. The one who grabbed Will Scott by the neck and watched him struggle in pain is Wu Yen, the one who was supposed to be Irene's target. Ike! Irene couldn't hide the shock in her heart and exclaimed without thinking. Chapter 1257. Ike! Seeing that Will Scott had fallen into a dangerous situation, Irene's eyes flickered. The magic generated on the laser lightsaber that was clashing with Tokichi Origami had an extremely short pause based on the user's mental state, directly causing Irene's strength to weaken a little. Ike's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, Ike felt the Tour surrounding her being touched by another Tour. A sharp light accompanied the touch, causing Ike to realize that she was distracted. She quickly reacted by raising the laser lightsaber in her hand. Clang! Then, as Irene raised her laser lightsaber, a strong force and a clear clashing sound rang out, once again causing intense sparks to burst forth in this space. Unfortunately, even though Irene reacted in time, she couldn't block Tokichi Origami's full-powered attack. Irene's figure was unavoidably sent flying. Irene clenched her teeth. Her brain immediately issued a command to drive the propulsion jet engine on her back to retreat quickly. But the next moment, Irene seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. She stopped in her tracks with a muffled thud. The wall that appeared behind Irene and caused her to crash into it was the square-shaped Tour. What? Ike's pupils shrunk slightly. Then, they became sharp again. Don't underestimate me. Abruptly, Elaine expanded her Tour by several times. Like another wall, it hit the Tour standing behind her and sent her flying. This was also the reason why Irene was defeated. It's over, a cold voice reverberated in the air and entered Irene's ears. Irene raised her head abruptly and looked forward. Immediately, the engine behind Kite Origami's back was fully activated. She swung her laser lightsaber and slashed the Tour around her with a sonic boom. Ike's eyes fell on it. Ike's Tour precision is the highest among all magicians in the world. Logically speaking, Ike's strength is lower than Ike's. Even if Ike's full-force attack was caught off guard, it was unlikely that it could break the Tour around her. However, the strange thing was that Irene had expanded her Tour. There was a fundamental characteristic of the Tour-de-Tory. That is, the smaller the range of the Tour-de-Tory in use, the greater the precision. The higher the defense, the higher the defense. On the other hand, the bigger the Tour-de-Tory used by a magician, the higher the precision. The lower the precision, the lower the defense. Naturally, the lower the defense. In the face of Irene's full-powered Tour-de-Tory domain of will, if it was maintained to a certain extent, then Ike's origami equipped with Mordred would not be able to break it. Ike's Tour-de-Tory expansion couldn't block Ike's attack. Therefore, by the time Irene reacted, Tokichi Origami's laser lightsaber, which had just cut open her Tour-de-Tory, was already placed on her neck. The world's strongest magician finally lost to Ike's origami, who is also a magician. This fact caused Ike's expression to change. She was in disbelief. "You were careless." Ike's origami didn't concede. She expressionlessly stated the reason why Ike lost. "I didn't think that the world's strongest magician would be distracted during a battle. You should be the stronger one, but you've exposed your weakness so obviously. I'm not so kind as to let you go, you." Ike was a bit agitated. She wanted to resist, but a piercing pain and coldness came from her neck. Ike's origami slightly moved the laser sword and cut her neck. "You can't even control your emotions after losing," Ike's origami said coldly. "But please don't move. Please calm down. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself." A trace of hatred flashed through Ike's eyes. However, she didn't dare to act rashly. She turned her gaze to Will Scott and stared at Wu Yen. Her body tensed up. If this continues, forget Will Scott, Ike won't be able to protect herself. Ike was anxious when she saw Will Scott in more and more pain. Wu Yen suddenly let go of Will Scott's neck and let him fall to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Holding his neck, Will Scott coughed out of anger. However, before he could cough a few times, a foot stepped on his chest and stepped on him. Ike! Ike's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her heart felt like it was bleeding. Ever since she followed Will Scott and protected him, Will Scott didn't even get hurt when he was threatened. But today, with her by his side to protect him, not only was Will Scott almost strangled to death, he was even trampled under someone's foot. Ike's mind was on the verge of going crazy. She failed in her duty. Humph. Will Scott let out a muffled groan. He felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his chest. The feeling of being unable to breathe caused his shrewd face to turn red. Even his eyes were bloodshot. However, he was smiling. And it was a very happy smile. This feeling. "I feel like I could die at any moment," Will Scott forced a voice out of his throat while maintaining his smile. He looked up at Wu Yen. A painful and joyful smile appeared on his face. "How many years has it been since I last met you?" "How nostalgic," Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He looked at Ike's origami gloomily. "Do I look so harmless that I can make people smile when they're threatened by me? I think it's personal." Toichi Origami stared at Irene in front of him. While holding the laser lightsaber in his hand, he answered without turning his head. "The CEO of the DM is someone who can smile in the face of death. There's no doubt about it, I see." Wu Yen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. "Seems like he'll be satisfied if I let him die. That won't do, death is not scary." Tokichi Origami also ignored the two hostages and said indifferently. "At least, if I were in your shoes, I'd rather die." "Is that so?" Wu Yen didn't seem to be aware of it as he increased the pressure on his leg. Looking at Westcott's contorted face, Wu Yen chuckled. It's a cold chuckle. Then what should I do to vent the anger in my heart? Westcott opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the force from his chest caused the air in his body to disperse, making him unable to utter a single word. Unable to speak, Will Scott could only put on a smile on his face once more. His smile was both joyful and mocking. Wu Yan couldn't help but reveal a disgusted expression as he swung his hand downwards with all his might. A stream of magic power whistled through the air like a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing towards Will Scott's shoulder. With a clear tearing sound, Westcott's entire arm below his shoulder was cut off from his shoulder while blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah! The smile on his face froze. The intense pain caused Will Scott to cry out in agony. Ike! Irene's heart-wrenching cries reverberated in the surroundings. She no longer cared about the laser sword on her neck as she charged towards Will Scott. Bang! However, before Irene could rush out, Tokichi Origami kicked Irene's body forcefully, kicking Irene out. Ugh! Ike grunted. Ike's body flew across the air and landed next to Will Scott, who was hugging his shoulder. Her face was full of pain. Wu Yan looked at Will Scott, who was lying on the ground with a twisted face. He turned around and walked towards the exit. It won't be so easy next time. Chapter 1258. Like a loyal guard, almost as soon as Wu Yan left, Yuichi Origami followed behind him without saying a word. The two of them walked along the corridor of AST's base as if they were entering a deserted area. They didn't hide, nor did they sneak around. Instead, they walked openly. To be more precise, Yuichi Origami was just following Wu Yan. After all, Wu Yan had directly used spatial transference to bring Origami Kitsune to where Will Scott and Irene were. Since Wu Yan didn't plan on using spatial transference to leave this place, Origami Kitsune could only follow. Although Tokichi Origami felt that AST might have become her enemy, since Wu Yan was AST's enemy, Tokichi Origami decided to follow Wu Yan for the rest of her life to repay the kindness of being reborn. This was the Origami Kite. He could lead a twisted life because of hatred, but he could also become the enemy of the whole world because of a favor. It didn't matter if Kite Origami was honest, reckless, or even stubborn, Kite Origami would probably accept it expressionlessly as usual. Who asked her to be such an extreme person? Of course, the current Origami Kite was undoubtedly many times brighter than before. However, there were some things Kite Origami still doesn't understand. Is that okay? Following behind Wu Yan, Yuichi Origami suddenly spoke. I don't think you're a merciful person who would spare your enemy's life. At first glance, Origami Kite seemed to be mocking Wu Yan, but Wu Yan, who had a good understanding of Origami Kite, understood what Origami Kite meant. Will Scott and the DM were enemies. There was absolutely no doubt about this. Even Kite Origami could tell that Westcott was a dangerous man. Extremely dangerous. It was not because Will Scott was strong, but because this person gave Origami a sense of danger from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps. As an enemy, Will Scott was even more terrifying than Irene. Although Tokichi Origami had no evidence to prove this point, she believed in her own feelings. Similarly, Tokichi Origami didn't think that Wu Yan didn't know how dangerous Will Scott was. If Westcott is allowed to continue like this, one day, the elves around Wu Yan might actually be captured by Westcott. He would regret it then. Then it would really be too late. Do you think I don't want to kill him? Wu Yan understood the meaning behind Tokichi Origami's words. He helplessly scratched his face and shrugged. I can tolerate him once, I can tolerate him twice, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate him 3 times. Just now, I really wanted to kill him. But someone didn't give it to me. Someone doesn't want to give it to me. Yuichi Origami was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to ask for the reason, a burst of chaotic footsteps rudely interrupted her and attracted her attention. She was with Wu Yan. She raised her head and looked at the front of the corridor. Immediately, a team of about a dozen girls wearing specialized thread-linked outfits entered Tokichi Origami's sight. The leader of the team was Tokichi Origami's former boss, Sunrise Prairie Fire. Tokichi Origami frowned and turned to look at Wu Yen. I think we should retreat as soon as possible. Yeah, we have to retreat first. If we are seen, it will be troublesome. Wu Yen agreed, but his next words stunned Tokichi Origami. So, I will retreat first. See you at the door. Without waiting for Tokichi Origami to react, Wu Yen turned around and disappeared from the spot. Tokichi Origami stared blankly at the direction Wu Yen disappeared. She was silent, a trace of gratitude slowly appeared in her eyes. Of course, Tokichi Origami didn't think Wu Yen wanted to abandon her. Even if he wanted to abandon her, he had to see what kind of enemy he was facing. A group of AST members didn't have the qualifications to make Wu Yen abandon his companions and run away. Besides, Tokichi Origami didn't believe that Wu Yen would do such a thing. Even though Tokichi Origami had only known Wu Yen for a few days, she could see that he was a good person from the smiles on his elves' faces. Now, this thought was further reflected in Tokichi Origami's heart. Tokichi Origami finally understood why Wu Yen didn't use that magical teleportation method to leave AST's base. Wu Yen was waiting for AST's people to arrive. When they arrived in front of Tokichi Origami, they would have a chance to say goodbye. He saw through me. For the first time, Tokichi Origami smiled bitterly. Tokichi Origami didn't regret following Wu Yen. Even if she didn't regret it at all. However, in AST, the other elves were also very good to Tokichi Origami. Especially Liaozi, she was very concerned about Tokichi Origami. She even worried about Tokichi Origami because she knew about her situation. Under such circumstances, even though Tokichi Origami didn't miss AST, she would still be reluctant to part with them. Wu Yen saw through this, that's why he walked into AST's base openly. When the target appeared, he asked Tokichi Origami to stay. He wanted Tokichi Origami to say goodbye. Looking at Daybreak Prairie and the group of AST members who were walking towards them, Toichi Origami took a deep breath and returned to her usual self. She quietly waited for Daybreak Prairie to arrive. Very quickly, Blazing Sun also noticed Toichi Origami who was standing in front of him. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and ordered his subordinates to stop as well. Origami. Under the sun, Liaozi tilted his head and frowned. Didn't you receive the distress signal? What are you still doing here? Go to Mr. Wilcourt's room and check on the situation. After saying that, she immediately wanted to rush to Wilcourt's room again. However, Yui Origami's motionless appearance attracted her attention, causing her to frown more and more. She felt that something was wrong in her heart. Origami. Once again, she called out Origami Kitsune's name. This time, her voice was filled with confusion. She stared at Origami Kitsune, who stood there expressionlessly and completely ignored her order. She narrowed her eyes and turned around to look at her subordinates. You guys go first. Yes. Although they were a little confused as to why Daybreak Prairie Fire would give such an order, the members of AST did not hesitate at all. They agreed right away and passed through Kite Origami to rush to Wilcourt's room. What's wrong? As soon as they left, Liaozi spoke in a deep voice. You disobeyed my order in this situation. Don't tell me you're fine. Hearing this, Origami Kitsune first lowered her head and was silent for a moment. When she raised her head again, her words caused Liaozi under the sun to be stunned. I'm leaving AST. What did you say? Under the sun, Liaozi didn't seem to believe the words that entered his ears. He widened his eyes in shock and cried out involuntarily. You're leaving AST. Tokichi Origami changed her simple actions and used slow and firm movements. She nodded heavily and told Liaozi the truth of her words. Liaozi stared blankly at Tokichi Origami. When she came back to her senses, she became anxious. Why? Why do you want to leave AST? Did something happen? A lot of things have happened. Origami Kitaichi shook her head gently. Her short white hair swayed with her movements. Origami Kitaichi looked as if she could disappear from the sight of a blazing sun at any moment. She was full of illusions. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Do you know what you're talking about? Liaozi finally believed what she heard when she saw Tokichi Origami did not seem to be lying. Her expression turned ugly. Clearly, Liaozi under the sun would not agree to Origami leaving AST. Of course, this was because Liaozi cared about Tokichi Origami. Because Daybreak Prairie Fire knew what would happen to Origami Kitsune, who suggested leaving AST. Chapter 1259. AST was the Elven Army. It was a special force that specialized in killing the elves. In order to deal with the elves that could threaten the world with their very existence, AST was granted the right to use the manifestation device and CR unit, allowing the members of AST to transform into superhuman magicians to face off against the powerful elves. Every member of AST was carefully selected from the masses. They were special members who had the talent to become magicians. After going through training and tests, they were confirmed to be proficient in controlling CR unit. Only then could they join AST. After all, if they couldn't control the CR unit, how could they fight against the elves? As for those who didn't join the AST and become a member of the magician army, their memories must be erased with the display device so that they would forget everything about the AST and the display device and return to the life of a normal person. AST, the display device, and the elves were secrets that couldn't be revealed to the common people. Otherwise, it would bring chaos to the world. Therefore, AST wasn't something that could be easily joined. Naturally, Origami couldn't leave just because she wanted to. Of course, Origami could raise her request to the higher-ups of AST. AST would not force Tabichi Origami to stay even though a good magician was hard to come by. However, AST wasn't a black-hearted company like DM. It was a legitimate self-defense force of the country. They wouldn't force anyone to leave. However, once Toichi Origami requested to withdraw from AST and received approval, the people of AST would erase Toichi Origami's memory of AST and the display device as part of their obligation. They would let her return to her normal life. In other words, not only would Origami Kite have to forget everything about the display device, he would also forget everything that happened in the AST. Including her former companions and her boss, Sunrise Prairie Fire. By then, Origami would be the captain of the Elven Army who could only operate in the dark, while Sunrise Prairie Fire would be a normal citizen of Heavenly Palace City. Origami and Sunrise Prairie Fire would never cross paths again. So, after coming to the conclusion that Origami wasn't joking, Sunrise Prairie Fire's expression turned ugly. Because when Origami Koichi said this sentence, it was no different from breaking off all ties with her forever. Are you serious? Sunrise Prairie Fire stared at Origami with a solemn expression. You should know that once you leave AST, your memories will be erased, right? You don't have to worry about that. Origami gave the most concise answer to Sunrise Prairie Fire's threatening words. My memories won't be erased. What do you mean? Sunrise Prairie Fire frowned at first. Then she thought of something and showed an expression of disbelief. Are you planning to go against AST's system and escape? Hearing Daybreak Prairie Fire's words, Origami Kite was speechless. From a certain point of view, Kite Origami was indeed trying to resist the AST system and escape while retaining his memory. After all, there was no way Tokichi Origami would let the people from AST erase his memory without doing anything. Seeing how speechless Tokichi Origami was, Sun Liaozi's anger exploded. Are you crazy? Without even thinking about it, Liaozi under the sun cursed out loud. You'll be wanted by the self-defense force. Do you want to live like a fugitive? You don't have to worry about that. Origami looked at Sunrise Prairie Fire. Someone will help me. It won't affect my life. Someone will help you. Sun Liaozi looked as though he was unable to let go of this matter. I think you're crazy. Did someone instigate you to do this? But you're not a kid who will be tricked. Actually, the real one is also over there. Tokichi Origami said something that made Daybreak Prairie Fire stunned. I'm safe there. Nothing will happen. At this moment, Sun Liaozi's expression became uncertain. Can you be more clear? No matter how clear it is, I can't tell you. Origami shook her head and refused Sunrise Prairie Fire's question. I'm just here to say goodbye. Don't be reckless. Under the sun, Blazing Flame's face was filled with anxiety. Even if you don't want to erase your memory, once you leave AST, you won't have the chance to use the display device and the CR unit anymore. Haven't you always wanted to avenge your parents? Revenge. Toby Origami actually laughed. Although he quickly returned to his expressionless state, Prairie Fire under the sun clearly saw this scene and was somewhat frightened. Under the gaze of Liaozi, Kitaichi Origami spoke in a dreamlike tone. I don't have any hatred left. How can I avenge them? No hatred. Sunrise Prairie Fire was stunned. I should have died 5 years ago, but in the end, I survived. Toichi Origami closed her eyes as if she was recalling something. Her cold voice echoed in the air. I once thought of committing suicide. I wanted to leave this world with my parents, but I met her. Shiori's figure appeared in her mind, and Tabichi Origami's tone softened. She gave me a glimmer of hope at that time. She also became the final destination of my soul. She allowed me to maintain myself and not fall. She allowed me to continue living. Meeting her can be said to be the luckiest thing in my life. She slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Yuichi Origami's eyes flashed with a bright color that even Liaozi under the sun would be shocked. She had never seen such a color in Yuichi Origami's eyes before. That's the hope for the future. That's the hope for life. This was something that the previous Origami Kite definitely did not have. Originally, I thought that Shiori would be the last light in my life, but God sent her to my side again. Her eyes were filled with an unbelievable radiance. Kyuichi Origami's cold doll-like face actually showed signs of thawing. If Shirji brings me the longing for life and the extravagant hope to live on, then Shirdao brings me a reborn life and a bright future. I don't want to leave Shiori, and I can't leave Shido. Tabichi Origami's expression became firm. So, in order to stay by their side, I will leave AST. You. Sunrise Prairie Fire had mixed feelings. She was happy but also depressed. She was happy because Origami was no longer as lifeless as before. She was showing signs of life. She was depressed because from Origami's words and actions, Sunrise Prairie Fire understood that she couldn't stop her. Although I don't know what happened, and it does seem to be a good thing for you, do you have to leave AST? Under the sun, Liaozi tried to mediate the situation unwillingly. Staying with them shouldn't conflict with staying in AST, right? No. No. Origami answered without hesitation. AST is an army against the elves. It only exists to kill the elves. I can no longer attack the elves, so it's impossible for me to stay in AST. Can no longer attack fairies. Sun Liaozi was shocked and said in disbelief, the elves are the gods of destruction who bring disaster to the world. They are an existence that will endanger the world. For the safety of the world, shouldn't we stand up? I know. Origami looked straight at Sunrise Prairie Fire. But my position has changed. I won't change it again. Origami, you. Sunrise Prairie Fire's expression changed. Finally, it turned into unwillingness. Is there no room for negotiation? No. Origami didn't answer. She walked past Sunrise Prairie Fire and walked forward. She silently told Sunrise Prairie Fire the answer. Sunrise Prairie Fire lowered her head. After a long time, she sighed. Forget it. I hope you can live a good life in the future. Tokichi Origami stopped, turned around and bowed to Blazing Under the Sun. Soon after, he stepped forward and left the scene. Sunrise Prairie Fire looked in the direction Origami left. After a long time. Chapter 1260. Heavenly Palace City, AST Garrison Base. At the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared without any warning. The coat on his body swayed in an arc as he appeared, and then gently floated down, appearing extremely casual. He glanced at the entrance of AST's base and then looked around. He took out his phone from his pocket. He didn't dial any number nor did he call anyone. He pressed the call button and put the phone to his ear. He then waited in silence. Not long after, a line was connected to Wu Yan's phone. Along with it came a voice filled with vicissitudes of life. Should I call you Sherdao-kun? Or should I call you Wu Yan-kun? I don't have any particular requests. Either way, it's my current status. Wu Yan shrugged and sighed. He then said to the phone in an exasperated tone. And then? Don't you have anything else to say? You specifically told Coterie to tell me not to kill Will Scott. You even told me not to kill Irene. If you don't have a good reason, I'll lose my temper, Woodman-sama. As for the reason. On the other side of the phone, Woodman let out a long sigh as if he was pondering. Then, he spoke in a mocking tone. There are rational reasons and emotional reasons. Which one do you want to hear? Upper echelons like you treat hostile forces. How could there be such a sentimental reason? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Then I'd like to hear. Due to various reasons, Will Scott can't die yet. Woodman answered. That's the rational reason. I'm asking about emotional reasons. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he rubbed his forehead. I say, Woodman-sama, you're not purposely making fun of me, are you? No, I'm serious. Wu Yan heard Woodman's solemn voice. You'll know the specific reason in the future. Some of what Will Scott is doing is actually beneficial to us. Is that why you want me to keep him alive? As expected of the leaders of the top forces. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then. What about emotional reasons? Woodman fell silent. A clear breathing sound came from the phone. After a long time, Woodman's voice, which contained an unknown emotion, gradually sounded. Actually, in the past. We were on the same team. On the same team. This time. Wu Yan was stunned. What do you mean? It's not a good habit to be interested in other people's past. Wu Yan-kun. Woodman chuckled before he sighed. Just think of it as an old man trying to be merciful. A merciful heart. Wu Yan chuckled. Just think of it as that. Listening to Wu Yan's disbelief, Woodman didn't try to explain himself. Instead, he laughed. Sparing Will Scott's life shouldn't be a problem for you, Wu Yan-kun, right? Not for me. Wu Yan retorted. But don't forget, I still have a group of elves with me, and there are a few among them who aren't strong enough to fight against the Dem. If Will Scott has any evil intentions and seizes the opportunity, they will be in great danger. Do you think I can wait until then to regret it? Is that so? Woodman retorted with a half-smile. But why do I feel like you've never taken Will Scott seriously, Wu Yan-kun? Oh. Wu Yan snickered in amusement. Why do you say that? If you think Will Scott is a threat to the elves around you, you won't listen even if I ask Commander Five River to tell you not to kill Will Scott, right? Woodman spoke Wu Yan's mind in a casual tone. After all, you made a declaration to us. If you do anything to harm the elves, you'll become our enemy. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and sighed helplessly. Should I say that the older the ginger, the wiser? It's just a basic deduction. Woodman said calmly. Of course, I don't know why you don't take Will Scott seriously, Wu Yan, Kun. As you said, Will Scott wouldn't give up on using the elves around you. Those elves aren't like you, Wu Yan, Kun, who can ignore the dem. So, what makes you so confident, Wu Yan, Kun? Woodman's voice became curious. I'm curious. Then, I will use a phrase from you as well. Wu Yan held the phone with his other hand and he grinned while squinting his eyes. You'll find out the specifics in the future. As always, he refuses to reveal any information. Woodman said helplessly. Young man, being too mysterious isn't a good thing. Well, it's troublesome to explain anyway. Wu Yan shrugged. I can only say that the elves can't ignore dem now, but that doesn't mean they can't in the future. That's right. They can't now, but that doesn't mean they can't in the future. With Wu Yan's relationship with the elves, Wu Yan will make them his summons sooner or later. Once they become his summons, their growth will be limitless. The elves will become stronger in battle until they're stronger than Irene and Dem. They'll become so strong that Will Scott won't be able to do anything to them. The elves' future is limitless. At the end of the day, Will Scott is just a wall in this world. It's not that hard. If they want to, they can push it down at any time. Even if Wu Yan doesn't make a move, it'll be the same. Perhaps it should be said that with Will Scott, the dem would not give up on the opportunity to come to them. At that time, they would all become stepping stones for the growth of the elves, providing the elves with the experience to become stronger and becoming complete fertilizers. Unfortunately, Woodman wouldn't understand all of this, okay? Wu Yan was the one who didn't believe Woodman before, but now it's Woodman's turn to not believe Wu Yan's words. He changed the topic perfunctorily. The display device Wu Yan-kun asked us to make is almost complete. I think it will be finished soon. I will come back and nag you again when the time comes. Wu Yan's spirit was lifted, he laughed from the bottom of his heart. Then I'll have to trouble you. We'll do what we promised. Plus, the budget Wu Yan-kun left for us is still quite good for us. Woodman casually gave a reason. Well then, I look forward to our next meeting. That's it then. Not wasting any more time on idle chatter, he hung up the phone decisively. Looking at the phone, he curled his lips again. Sure enough, no matter how kind a person is, they'll still have a cunning side to them when they get older. While he was talking to himself, Tobi Origami walked out from the entrance of AST's base. Under Wu Yan's gaze, she slowly walked up behind him. Her face was still as cold as ever. However, those who were familiar with Yuichi Origami should be able to sense that Yuichi Origami's frosty expression had become much gentler than before. Wu Yan grinned back at her. Everything's done. Tobi Origami nodded faintly and looked at Wu Yan. I won't leave you again. Is that so? Wu Yan was embarrassed and smiled. If you say that, Shirji will definitely misunderstand. It's okay. Tobi Origami's expression was normal. If it's you, it's okay. No, I think they are related somehow. Wu Yan glanced at Tabichi Origami and he cautiously asked her. Don't tell me you're going to learn from Meijio and eat both men and women. Wu Yan immediately regretted asking. Because he clearly saw a flash of light in Tokichi Origami's cold eyes, and the way she looked at him suddenly changed. Looking at Tabichi Origami's eyes, Wu Yan felt a sense of crisis and wanted to retreat. However, Tabichi Origami grabbed him by the collar and pulled him in front of her. You're not allowed to touch Shirji. Ha! You're not allowed to touch Shirji. Tobi Origami declared calmly. As compensation, I can let you trample on me. Cold sweat slid down Wu Yan's forehead. Chapter 1261. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. Outside the window, the clouds were dyed with a bright sunset glow. The entire Heavenly Palace City was dyed red by the setting sun. In the hall of a typical living room, plates of freshly cooked dishes were placed on the dining table. Steam was rising from the dishes while their aroma permeated the air, filling the entire room. At the head of the table, Tokichi Origami, who was wearing a casual and cute shirt and shorts, was standing there. She lowered her head and looked at the delicious dishes on the table that constantly stimulated the tip of her nose. It was as if she couldn't adapt to it. Her beautiful face, which usually didn't have the slightest fluctuation, was now filled with surprise. Of course, Yuichi Origami was not surprised by the smell of the dishes on the table. Just this level alone was not enough to surprise her. What really surprised her was that the people on both sides of the table raised their glasses to her with smiles on their faces and said the same thing in unison. Congratulations! On the left side of the table, Wu Yen, Yagoya, Yushien, and Michio stood there. On the right side, Shirori, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Shirori stood there. The people around the table raised their glasses in unison and raised their glasses to Tabichi Origami. Tabichi Origami, who was usually cold, was surprised. "See, congratulations." Yuichi Origami's face had a shocked expression that did not match her image. She glanced at everyone around her. Her eyes were filled with confusion. "Congratulations. What are they congratulating me for? This is a celebration for you." As though she could see through Toichi Origami's inner thoughts, Kotori, who was by the side, lowered her voice so that Shirori would not notice that she was in commander mode. She explained to Toichi Origami, "It's sister who heard that your parents have been in a vegetative state for 5 years and have just woken up recently, so she took the initiative to help you." Tabichi Origami finally understood what was going on. She put away the shock on her face and returned to her usual expressionless state. He glanced around. She lowered her head and thanked everyone. "Thank you for going through so much trouble for me." Tabichi Origami looked at Shirori. "Thank you too, Shirori. I will remember this." "Well, Origami classmate, you needn't take it to heart. I'm just making the decision as a friend." As if she was trying to explain something, Shirori felt pressured under Tabichi Origami's calm gaze. However, he still smiled. First, he emphasized the word friend, and then shook his head modestly. Besides, these dishes were all prepared by Shido. I only came up with an idea. If you want to thank me, you should thank Shido. What are you talking about, Shirji? Wu Yan looked at Shirji with a faint smile. You only heard about the Origami parents by accident, but you were so worried that you ran all over the place, asking about this and that. When you found out about the Origami family, you immediately decided to hold a celebration banquet. This is the proof that you have always been concerned about the Origami family, isn't it? Hearing this, Tokichi Origami immediately turned her gaze to Shirji. Her eyes clearly didn't have the slightest ripple, but Shirji felt that the gaze on her body was scorching hot enough to burn the clothes on her body into charcoal. She was so scared that her heart fiercely jumped, and she hurriedly laughed. Let's not talk about that anymore. Today is a celebration for Origami classmates' parents. Although Origami classmates' parents aren't here, it's still something worth celebrating for Origami classmate. Hurry up, everyone, let's eat. Oh, can we finally eat? Shirori, who had been silently swallowing her saliva, had a bright gleam in her eyes. As soon as she heard Shiori's words, she immediately extended her chopsticks towards the dish. However, her chopsticks were slapped away by another pair of chopsticks. This is the celebration banquet Shido and Shirji prepared for me. As if declaring her sovereignty, Tabichi Origami changed her gentle temperament and became aggressive. Her gaze was like a knife cutting through Shiori's body. You should go eat dog food. Dog food. Shirori was about to get angry at Tabichi Origami when she heard what Tabichi Origami said. What is dog food? Is it delicious? Dog food. That's the best delicacy in the world. It's also the most suitable existence for you. It's a perfect match for you. Koichi Origami answered without hesitation. I strongly recommend you eat dog food. Really? Shiori's eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yen with excitement. Shido, I want to eat that, make it for me. Ahaha. Wu Yen laughed dryly. I know how to make it, but this is the first time I've been asked to make dog food. It feels wonderful. As it turns out, even though Kite no longer hates the elves, he still needs to make progress in his relationship with 10 fragrances carefully. They are definitely enemies on par with Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki. Ugh, this is delicious. On the other hand, Meijio had already started eating. She seemed to be enjoying herself. As expected of my dear, you're so good at cooking. Humph, my master's cooking isn't something that mortals can compare to. Next to her, Yajuya continued to work while puffing out her chest proudly. It was as if she had done everything herself. Shixien, on the other hand, turned her head strangely and looked in Meijio's direction. Shixien has always wanted to know why Meijio is here. Yes, my dear invited me here. Meijio raised her head proudly. It's a celebration, of course the more people there are, the merrier, Sister Meijio. She brought ingredients. Yoshino tugged at Shixien's sleeve and reminded her. Sister Shirori saw the ingredients and thought of holding a celebration. Allah. Kurumi blinked her eyes and put her finger on her cheek, making a cute gesture. So you're saying that Meijio wanted to bring ingredients to our house before we decided to hold a celebration? Yes, what's wrong with that? Meijio looked at Kurumi and said angrily, only you guys get to eat my dear's cooking every day. You're too cunning. I want to try it too, this is already our family's signature dish. Kotori pouted. Outsiders don't have the right to enjoy it. Then it's fine as long as it's someone from your family, right? Meijio wasn't angry, she was happy. She yelled at Wu Yen. My dear, let me marry you and become a member of your family. Cough cough. Wu Yen almost spat out the soup in his mouth. He coughed a lot. Shido, I say, you should restrain yourself. Shiori's eyes twitched and she glared at Wu Yen. Even if you're a playboy, there should be a limit. Wu Yan's lips moved, he wanted to explain but Wu Yen didn't. He held it in for a long time but that was all he could say. That's a force majeure, Toka is a force majeure, Tokasaki-san is a force majeure, Yogi Ero and Yushien are also a force majeure, now even Seiyaki-san is a force majeure. Shiori's eyes were filled with disdain. Then, who is the next force majeure? Who knows? Well, who knows? Wu Yen rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Maybe it's Kotori. Before he finished, 2 murderous gazes shot at Wu Yen like arrows. Wu Yen froze. One of them was from Kotori who was pretending to be a good girl. She didn't dare to show her anger. The other one was from Shirori who was glaring at him coldly. Shido. Shirori said with a smile. Don't tell me you want to lay your hands on your own sister. Wu Yan's hair felt numb and like a broken doll, he shook his head with a kacha-kacha sound as if his neck was rusted. That's what he got from her. You lolicon. Wu Yan almost spat out his saliva. Why? Why do you have so many questions when a woman is angry? Shirori fiercely threw out such a sentence. She reached out and grabbed Wu Yen by the collar and pulled him in front of her. Like an angry King Kong, she warned him in a menacing manner. Listen up, it's your business to mess with so many girls, I can't do anything about it. But you're not allowed to lay your hands on Kotori and Yoshino, do you hear me? Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. He wanted to say that a few hours ago, Tashiichi Origami did the same to him, but now, she's the one he's not allowed to lay his hands on. Chapter 1262. In the end, the celebratory banquet ended in a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Everyone was reluctant to part with the banquet and it ended satisfactorily. As the main character, although Tabichi Origami looked cold the entire time, she did not bring anyone a sense of oppression. Instead, she was unexpectedly supportive. Of course, Tabichi Origami was just arguing with Tabichi Origami over some trivial matters. She also used the excuse of thanking Shirori to constantly harass her. Even Wu Yan was harassed by her a few times, causing Shirori to frequently cast angry glances at her. After all, before that, Shirori had just warned Wu Yan not to attack Kotori and Yanai. Now, Wu Yan attacked Tabichi Origami, causing Shirori to be angry, but she did not dare to say anything. If Shirori were to find out that one of the two targets she warned Wu Yan not to lay his hands on has already been murdered by a certain wolf. Moreover, that person is Shiori's sister in name, Wu Yan's sister in name, would she faint on the spot? In addition to the main character of the celebration banquet, Meijio, who came to Wu Yan's house as a guest, was also very satisfied because she secretly sneaked into Wu Yan's room and observed everything in Wu Yan's room. As for the members of Wu He's house, except for Shirori who had been enduring Tabichi Origami's harassment and Tabichi Origami's provocation, the rest of them also spent the entire banquet happily. Or rather, except for Shirori. Tabichi Origami and Tabichi Origami were also enjoying themselves. Who knows, finally. Because everyone was having too much fun, they forgot the time. When night completely fell, everyone came back to their senses and realized that it was almost dawn. Fortunately, because of the Tianyang festival, the 10 high schools had a long holiday and did not need to go to class tomorrow. It was not bad to play late. However, Tabichi Origami and Meijio used the reason that it's late and it's inconvenient for girls to go home as an excuse and half forced and half shamelessly stayed at Wuhi's house, preparing to spend the night here. Shirji was also helpless about the two girls' forceful move-in. Originally, she wanted Wu Yan to send Meijio and Yuan E Origami home, but in the end, she couldn't resist the two girls' hooligan behavior. When the two super beauties acted shamelessly, the lethality was not ordinary. In the end, he could only compromise. However, after compromising, Meijio complained that she wanted to sleep in the same room as Wu Yan, and Tashiichi Origami complained that she wanted to sleep in the same room as Shirori. In the end, Shirori, who realized that a certain wolf would ruin her family's reputation, and also realized that her own chastity was in danger, resolutely objected and forcefully suppressed the two girls. After a period of chaos, the final decision was made. Kotori went to sleep in Shiori's room so that she could make room for Miku and Taruchi to fold paper. He had to make do with it for one night. Thus, the chaos ended with Meijio and Taruchi Origami being extremely dissatisfied. There are 5 rooms in Itsuka's house. Wu Yan, Yaguya, Yuhin, Shirori, Kotori, Mikoto, Toka, Yokoi, Kurumi, and Kurumi will stay in the same room. Luckily, Shirori and Kotori's parents weren't at home due to work, or else tonight would have ended on a bad note. Overall, the current situation is still a happy ending, at least, from Wu Yan's point of view. Meijio and Taruchi Origami evolved from Yuri to half Yuri. They're so hardcore that both men and women are attracted to them, so they should be able to get along very well. While Yeguya and Yushin went to take a shower, Wu Yan laid on his bed and seriously thought about these things. He couldn't help but feel that he's a bit stupid. Placing one hand on his forehead, Wu Yan stared blankly at the ceiling with his wine-red eyes. His thoughts began to wander. Basically, every night when Wu Yan was alone in the room, he would be in this state. The reason is that Wu Yan is a night owl, a habit he had when he was an otaku. The other reason is because of his physique. As a vampire ancestor, Wu Yan is definitely a nocturnal creature. Although it doesn't affect him during the day, he's always more energetic at night. In addition, he was a night owl. After becoming the true ancestor of vampires, he could not sleep at night almost 300 out of 365 days of the year. As a result, his soul would usually wander off before he went to sleep. Inadvertently, Wu Yan recalled the phone call he had with Woodman during the day. In fact, during the day, Wu Yan's explanation to Woodman that the elves can't ignore the dem now doesn't mean they can't in the future. Although the elves' growth is limitless once they become his summons and they'll be able to ignore the dem sooner or later, the prerequisite is that they become his summons. Currently, Yeguia, Yushin, and Meizhou haven't become his summons yet. For the three of them, the dem is still a huge monster. Although he's never mentioned it in front of Yeguia, Yushin, and Meizhou, it's undeniable that among all the elven girls around Wu Yan, the three of them are the weakest. Even though Yoshino reached the peak of Tier 8 due to the experience gained from Irene, she can't say for sure that she can beat Irene, but if she's alone, she can't do anything to Yoshino. On the other hand, almost all of the girls around Wu Yan are stronger than Yoshino. Even Konohata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku are stronger than Yoshino because of their experience in the dark. If they can't even beat Yoshino, how can Yeguia, Yushin, and Meizhou compare to the dem? Moreover, the dem seems to have some very powerful trump cards. It's possible that even Kurumi, Yoshino, Kotori, and Toko will have a hard time against it. For example, when they attacked the dem's branch last time, if the beam wasn't aimed at Wu Yan but at Kurumi, Yeguia, and Yushin, the result would be terrible. In the end, although the girls' growth is unlimited, they haven't grown to the point where they can ignore the dem, let alone Yeguia, Yushin, and Meizhou who haven't become Wu Yan's summons. Thinking about this, Wu Yan who is lying on the bed clenched his fists. His main purpose in coming to this world is to obtain the display device that can make his sisters stronger and strengthen the base. Now, Woodman also said that the creation of the display device was almost complete. Then, it's not too early for them to leave this world. Isn't it time to explain our situation to Yi Juya and the others? Wu Yan muttered to himself. While he was muttering to himself, the soft sound of the door opening woke him up and attracted his attention. He turned his head and looked at the door carefully. The next moment, the door slowly opened. Through the crack of the door, Meizhou, who had a head of shiny violet hair and wore thin pajamas that reached her knees, sneaked into the room like a thief. Her sexy figure was completely exposed. Meizhou. Wu Yan was startled. Why are you here? Meizhou didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. She let out a small cry of surprise. After a while, she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said coquettishly, I want to sleep in the same room as my darling. Meizhou. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. If you sleep in the same room as me, what about Yeguia and Yushin? Ma, why don't I just let Yeguia-chan and Kashina-chan sleep in my room? Meizhou tilted her head and she gave Wu Yan a pitiful look. Don't you want to sleep with me, darling? That's not it. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened and his tone became more earnest. Compared to Yeguia and Yushin, Meizhou is more approachable. She'll be more comfortable sleeping with Origami, right? You don't have to worry about that. Meizhou smiled. Kenichi doesn't sleep in her room either. Ha! Wu Yan was stunned. Then where is she going to sleep? She's going to sleep with Shirori. Meizhou betrayed her teammate without hesitation. We agreed that I'll do the night attack, darling. She'll do the night attack on Shirori. Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 1263. No. Absolutely not. There's no room for discussion. Yakuya rejected Meizhou's request without hesitation when he returned to the room with Shi Xian. The right to enter the dreamscape with our master is the spoils of war that we obtained from our sacred duel with those two rude servants of ours. How can we just give it away? I agree. Shi Xian nodded fiercely. Her narrowed eyes were filled with indignation. Shi Xian believes that Meijio's idea of reaping without sowing is wrong. She must be strongly condemned. So what? Meijio puffed up her cheeks angrily when she heard Yakuya and Shi Xian's merciless rejection. Yakuya and Shi Xian can sleep with our dear master every night. What's wrong with giving me one night? Not every night. Yakuya corrected her seriously with one hand on his waist. Didn't we just say that? That's the right to sleep with someone else after a sacred duel. It's not easy for us sisters to obtain this opportunity. In conclusion, Yigeya and Shi Xian had to go through a lot of hardships to be able to sleep in the same room as master. Shi Xian casually said as though she was stabbing a knife into his heart. Meijio, on the other hand, is reaping without sowing. We feel that it's unfair. We won't give up the right to sleep with our master. Reaping without sowing. Meijio hesitated for a moment before raising her hand weakly. Then. How about I treat you to a delicious cake tomorrow? Yijuya and Shi Xian's ears twitched, and the resolute expressions on their faces began to waver. Egg cake. Waver. There wasn't any cake in the banquet earlier. That's not bad. I agree. Actually, if it's just one night, Shi Xian can still tolerate it. Yes. Offering sacrifices to us is also a very necessary thing. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, where's your persistence? Wu Yan couldn't help but complain loudly. A cake is enough for you to compromise. A cake is enough for you to sell me out. I didn't know you could be so shameless. Hearing this, Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian blushed and turned their heads away awkwardly. Meijio looked at Wu Yan with tears in her eyes and started sobbing. Do you really hate me that much? No. That's not it. Looking at Meijio shrugging her shoulders, Wu Yan couldn't help but panic. I don't mean to dislike you. In fact, I like you very much. You like it? Yi Juya and Shi Xian's ears twitched again. But this time, the expression on his face was more or less filled with jealousy. I like it. Meijio's sobbing suddenly froze. Her cheeks quickly turned red, and she shyly started to fidget. Oh, dear, really, there are so many people here, you girls. Wu Yan bitterly laughed and he sighed. The three elven girls acted like they were putting on a show. Forget it. You guys came at the right time anyway. Since all three of you are here, I have something to tell you. Something. Yi Ju-shi, Shi Xian, and Meijio seemed to feel the change in atmosphere. They looked at each other and then looked at Wu Yan. Is there something you need us to do? Yi Ju-shi didn't bother to maintain his arrogant manner. He spoke softly with a normal tone. If there is something difficult you need us to do, we will help you. We will definitely help. Of course. Shi Xian stepped forward. Her expressionless face became serious. If it is for master, Shi Xian will do it no matter what it is. It seems like it is something important. Seeing Wu Yan's change in attitude, Meijio felt uneasy. But she still spoke softly. Dear, tell me, Wu Yan found it funny when he saw how serious the three elven girls are. He patted his cheeks and he gave them a comforting smile. Don't be so nervous. Although it is something important, it is not as scary as you think it is. How about this? After thinking for a bit, Wu Yan extended his hand to the three elf girls. It's a waste of time to explain it directly, and you might not be able to understand it. Come over here and hold my hand. I'll share my memories with you. Share, memories. Yi Ju-shi, Shi Xian, and Meijio looked at each other but they didn't worry too much. Since the target is Wu Yan, he wouldn't do them any harm. That is the only thing they can be sure of. The three of them walked up to Wu Yan and held his hand. In the next moment, a strange wave of mana surged from the hands of the four of them, bringing with it a dazzling light. Seeing the light, Yi Ju Shi, Shi Xian, and Mei Jiu's expressions changed. Then, they slowly became paralyzed and became sluggish. A memory fragment that didn't belong to them flowed into the minds of the three elven girls and gradually became their memories. After an unknown amount of time, the dazzling light gradually dimmed. The eyes of the three elven girls that had lost focus gradually focused. However, the three of them still looked as if their souls had left their bodies. They remained in a state of absent-mindedness and were unable to regain their senses for a very long time. Wu Yan didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the three elf girls and waited for them to recover. What the three of them had to accept was too unreal. The systems matter, the summoning of characters, this was only a matter of one dungeon world. Other than this world, there were many other worlds. Adding all of these together, it wasn't easy to digest. Fortunately, the three of them were elves. They were inconceivable existences. Otherwise, if a normal person didn't have a certain level of trust in Wu Yan, they wouldn't have believed him. But this was something they had to accept. After all, once they become his summoned characters, they will be with him forever. Together forever, never separate, life in harmony, never abandon, the bond between Wu Yan and the girls was so tight. It couldn't be any tighter. So, Yi Ju Shi, Shi Xian, and Mei Jiu had to understand the current situation. After a long while, the three elven girls gradually regained their senses. They looked at each other but didn't say anything. Only the three pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Is this real or fake? This was the first thought that came to Mei Jiu's mind. This kind of thing, does it really exist? So amazing. Yi Ju Shi said in a daze. So Master can do this kind of thing. Shocking, another world. Even Shi Xian didn't know how to express her emotions. What a shocking world, no wonder Master is so strong. With such a magical system, Dem can't compare. I know it's hard for you to believe but this is the truth. Whether it's the dungeon world, the spalier world, the system, or the summoning of characters. Wu Yan looked at the three elf girls and spoke in a deep voice. Now, you know the situation. Actually, I just want to ask if you're willing to. Do you even need to ask? Before Wu Yan could finish, Yi Ju Shi, Shi Xian, and Mei Jiu spoke at the same time and interrupted him. You are the master of us Baowu sisters. You were, you are, and you will be. That will never change. Yi Ju Shi crossed his arms and looked up. His voice was filled with determination. This kind of thing, you don't even need to choose, agreed. Shi Xian tilted her head, the corners of her lips curled up. As long as Yi Ju Shi, Master, no matter where it is, Shi Xian will go, you promise to protect me forever. Mei Jiu hugged Wu Yan's arm tightly. She looked at Wu Yan's face with a nervous expression. You can't go back on your word, you. Seeing the three girls choose to follow him without hesitation, Wu Yan felt a burning sensation in his heart. It flowed through his body and warmed him up. A smile that came from the bottom of his heart slowly appeared on his face. You are the ones who have become my summoning characters. You can only stay by my side and share life and death with me. You can't go back on your word, we won't go back on our word. Their gazes met, and the four people present all laughed. Just then, count me in. Chapter 1264. Count me in. In the small room, a cold voice shattered the warmth in the room. Wu Yan, Yi Ju Shi, Shi Xian, and Mei Jiu were shocked. They turned around to look at the source of the voice. What they saw shocked them. Outside the room, Tabichi Origami is standing there in her white pajamas. She is looking at Wu Yan with a calm expression. More accurately, she is looking at Wu Yan. Her eyes are filled with an inexplicable glint. Student Tabichi. Meijio was startled at first, then she was surprised. Why are you here? However, Tabichi Origami ignored Meijio. She walked up to Wu Yan like there's no one else around. Wu Yan looked at her blankly as if she was afraid that Wu Yan didn't hear what she just said. She opened her mouth. Count me in. The repeated words woke up the other four from their stupor. After realizing what Tabichi Origami meant, Wu Yan put away his surprise and frowned at Tabichi Origami. Count you in. Yes. Yes. Tokichi Origami nodded heavily to express the authenticity of her words. Count me in. Why do you say that? Wu Yan looked at Tabichi Origami with a perplexed expression and he asked with uncertainty. Do you know what we were talking about? Yes. Why would he ask that? There was nothing he could do about it. After all, it was about the system and the summoned characters. Wu Yan shared this information with Yokosuke, Yuxian, and Meijio. From an outsider's point of view, Wu Yan only held hands with the three elven girls. As for the content, other than Yeju Shi, Xian, and Meijio, even if there were other people present, they wouldn't know. It's as if he saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Tabichi Origami shook her head slowly. Although I don't know what you mean by the system, Dungeon World, and Silveria World, you seem to be making the three of them your summoned characters. They will follow you around and after becoming your summoned characters, they won't be able to leave your side and they will live and die with you. Is that right? Yes. Yes. I did say that just now. Wu Yan nodded his head but he still didn't look like he was ready to let go of this matter. And then? You said, count me in, don't tell me. Yes. Tabichi Origami looked at Wu Yan. Let me be your summoned character too. Forget about Wu Yan, even Yokosuke, Yuxian, and Miku who just found out about what happened were confused by her words. Do you know what it means to summon characters? Wu Yan rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He solemnly said to Tokichi Origami, that's not as simple as saying that we'll live and die together. Do you think that summoning a character is like signing a contract or selling your body? Tabichi Origami raised her eyebrows and gave such an answer. Is there a difference? Wu Yan choked on his words. Indeed, from a certain point of view, becoming Wu Yan's summoned character is similar to signing a contract to sell your body. She shook her head. Dispelling this bad thought, Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Tabichi Origami. It's not that easy to become my summoned character. It's like a special ability. It will merge your life with mine. Do you know what that means? It means that if I die, you will die with me. Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest in a threatening tone. Don't think this is a joke. It's all true. Is that so? Tabichi Origami nodded when she heard Wu Yan. Just when Wu Yan thought she was going to give up, she said something like this. In that case, can you add me? Ha! For a moment, Wu Yan almost didn't react. He looked at Tabichi Origami in shock. I said, do you really understand? It doesn't matter if you understand or not. Tabichi Origami's expression was the same as usual. She still responded to Wu Yan's words concisely. I have already decided to follow you. It doesn't matter if I become your summoned character or not. Naturally, if you die, I die. This is something that has been decided long ago. Don't be so quick with your words. Wu Yan sighed and he extended his hand. Forget it, you might not understand if I tell you this. Hold my hand. Tabichi Origami didn't hesitate when she saw Wu Yan's outstretched hand. She grabbed it without hesitation. Immediately, the same ripple and light as when she shared her memories with the three elven girls lit up the entire place. When the light dimmed again, Tabichi Origami opened her eyes. There wasn't a single ripple in her eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yan thought his memory sharing spell didn't work. However, Tabichi Origami's words refuted his guess. System. Dungeon world. Spalier world. So that's what it means. Understood. Seems like I finally understand. Wu Yan felt like he lost a lot of energy. As you know, becoming my summoned character isn't as simple as living and dying with me. Even so, you still decided to. Yes. Just like how Yakuya and the others interrupted Wu Yan, this time, Tabichi Origami also resolutely interrupted Wu Yan's words. I will become your summoned character. You. Why do you have to go to this extent? Wu Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. I know it's important for you to repay your debt, but don't put yourself in danger just like that, okay? Wu Yan looked deeply at Tabichi Origami and said something that Tabichi Origami had to consider. You've shared my memories, so you should know why I came to this world. You should also know that the creation of the manifestation device is about to be completed, and I'm about to leave this world with the elves. You've become my summoner, so you'll have to leave with me. Don't forget, your parents are in this world, Shirori is also in this world, are you willing to leave them? The indifferent expression on Yuichi Origami's face finally showed signs of being broken in the midst of her silent expression. Tabichi Origami greatly valued her parents. She valued them so much that she could walk down a path of no return for them. Now, she finally witnessed a miracle and reunited with her revived parents. The future is starting to brighten. How could she be willing to leave this world with Wu Yan just like that? Besides, Shirori is also in this world. Thinking of this, Yuichi Origami lowered her head and remained silent. The three elven girls held their breaths and the scene fell into a heavy silence. Wu Yan didn't say anything and stared at Tabichi Origami with the three elven girls. As time passed, Yuichi Origami's eyes were filled with struggle. Until a certain moment, as if she had seen through it all, she took a deep breath and her expression became resolute again. Count me in. Hearing this, Wu Yan knew. Tabichi Origami won't change her mind. You will come back, right? Not sure if she was comforting Wu Yan or herself, Tabichi Origami said softly. Anyway, time in this world will freeze after you leave. I've waited for 5 years, I don't mind waiting a little longer. At least, I can be sure that they are safe. On the other hand, can you guarantee that you won't die in another world? Tabichi Origami used a cold and cruel tone. So, I will follow you. Wu Yan was speechless, but he had to admit that Tabichi Origami made a lot of sense. Seeing Wu Yan wavering, Tabichi Origami finally used her trump card. The use of the CR unit and display device is not something that can be done by referring to the manual. Tabichi Origami glanced at Wu Yan and slowly said. I think that compared to Itsuki Kodori, who has never used the CR unit and only used a portion of the display device, I am more suitable to teach the girls how to use the CR unit and display device. This time, Wu Yan was speechless. Wu Yan. Chapter 1265. After deciding to let Yijuya, Shisian, Meijyo, and Origami become his summoners, Wu Yan chased the dissatisfied Meijyo and Origami back to their room. He hugged Yijuya and Shisian and laid on the bed, listening to their breathing as he coaxed them to sleep. After coaxing the two girls to sleep, Wu Yan quietly pulled out one of his hands and tapped on the air. The system list popped up. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 100 item points, 5000 ability points, 1000 summoning points, 300 level, 85. Looking at the number of points displayed on the system, Wu Yan couldn't help but turn his head away as tears streamed down his cheeks. In order to build the base, he had squandered all his equipment points, item points, and ability points. In the end, he only had a pitiful amount of points left. Originally, building the base didn't require summoning points. Wu Yan had the most summoning points out of the 4 types of summoning points he had. But, to summon Yukari, he had to use up a lot of points. Also, this was after Wu Yan used some of the treasures in the Ring of Gold to exchange for summoning points. Otherwise, with the summoning points he had before, he might not even be able to summon Yukari. But now, Yamato, date battle character, one of the twin elves who has the ability to control the wind. Originally, it was the same elf as the other twin elf, but its original form, Yamato, had split into 2 individuals in the emergence. Its consciousness is independent, and its identification name is Berserker, 9,000 summoning points. Ba Wuxi Xian, character from Date Battle. One of the twin fairies who has the ability to control wind. Originally, it was the same sprite as the other twin sprite, but its original body, Ba Wu, had split into 2 individuals in the emergence. Its consciousness was independent, and its identification name was Berserker, 9,000 summoning points. Night Tempter Meijio, character from Date Battle. A fairy who has the ability to control sound. She was originally a human. Later, she was given a spirit crystal and became a fairy. Become a sprite with the identification name Diva, 9,000 summoning points. Origami Kite, character from Date Battle. Originally, she was a member of the Land Self-Defense Force AST. Later, she quit AST and joined Radisker. She is one of the top 3 magicians in the world. She has her own personal CR unit, Mordred. 9,500 summoning points. If he wanted to summon all 4 new summoning points, he would have to spend 36,500 summoning points. Wu Yan only has a meager 300 summoning points left, so poor. It couldn't be any more shabby. Summoning points. Even the other 3 points were extremely shabby. Ugh. Wu Yan put away the system list and he face-bombed. He was conflicted. Even though he already knew that his remaining points are very pitiful, he didn't really care about it. After all, the current him had the ability, equipment, and tools. He also had a whole group of people to summon, and each of them was a beautiful woman. The number of points he had didn't affect him much. But now, when he really needed them, how could such a poor summoning points be of any use? Of course, there were still a lot of treasures in the Ring of Gold. If he turned them all into the system, he could get a lot of summoning points. But Wu Yan had always treated the treasures in the Ring of Gold as emergency items. When he summoned Yukari, he couldn't summon her without the treasures in the Ring of Gold. Therefore, even though he knew he wasn't that poor yet, if he kept relying on the treasures in the Ring of Gold like this, it would be troublesome if he really needed to use the points in the Ring of Gold. Was it time for him to earn some points? Wu Yan muttered. System, I seem to be short of summoning points. Say, when are you going to give me a sudden mission? In the end, Wu Yan's mumbling attracted the system's obedient response. User, the current dungeon world cannot detect a sudden mission. If user is short of summoning points, user is advised to enter the next dungeon world to complete the mission. Oh right. When he heard the system's response, Wu Yan was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he slapped his thigh, forgetting that he was still holding Yijuya's thigh. With this slap, there was a crisp sound and a soft sensation in the air and in the hand at the same time, accompanied by Yakuya's small cry of pain. Wu Yan was startled. He looked at Yijuya who was frowning in dissatisfaction. It seemed like he was about to wake up. He quickly patted Yijuya's back. Not long after, Yakuya's frown faded away, revealing a peaceful sleeping face. He rubbed his head against Wu Yan's chest a few times with a serene smile on his face. Then, he went back to sleep. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and shook his head with a bitter smile. After some hesitation, Wu Yan asked. System, when I am in another dungeon world, will the time in this dungeon world be frozen as well? Yes. The system answered without any hesitation. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Obviously, he didn't want the time in this dungeon world to be frozen as well. Right now, the display device was still being manufactured, and it would probably take some time for it to be completed. Since Will Scott's arm had been chopped off by himself, he could only return to the DEM's headquarters and use the highest performance display device to reattach his severed arm. In other words, during this period of time, staying in Tiangong City could be considered as having nothing to do. If possible, Wu Yan wanted to do dungeon missions to earn points while maintaining the flow of time in this dungeon world. When he returned, the display device would be completed. That would be the best situation. However, completing a dungeon mission was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Come to think of it, by the time the display device was completed, Will Scott would have recovered and the possibility of him being in another dungeon world would be extremely high. If that was the case, Wu Yan didn't want to leave the girls here alone. System. Thinking of this, Wu Yan asked tentatively. Can you maintain the flow of time in this dungeon world but not too fast so that I have enough time to complete the dungeon mission in the other dungeon world? When this question was asked, it seemed like even the system didn't expect it. In any case, Wu Yan didn't wait for the system to answer directly. After a while, the mechanical voice of the system gradually echoed in Wu Yan's mind. In the system's rules, there is no denial of the user's suggestion. After the system's own judgment, the user's suggestion is feasible. The system will adjust the relevant rules. The contents of the adjustment are as follows. If the user is in the main world or dungeon world and the user has a summoned character in another dungeon world, the flow of time in that dungeon world will be unfrozen. The specific flow of time will be based on the flow of time in the main world and the dungeon world the user is in. It will be 1%. Hearing this, Wu Yan scratched his cheek. In other words, if I go to another dungeon world and the user has a summoned character in that dungeon world, the flow of time in that dungeon world will be the same as the main world. It will be 101, right? Yes, if the user goes to another dungeon world and spends 100 days in that dungeon world, the difference between the dungeon world and the main world will only be 1 day. That's not bad. At this moment, Wu Yan felt satisfied and relaxed. Since he could go to another dungeon world to earn points and slow down the flow of time between this dungeon world and the main world, it was not a bad choice. If that's the case, when he returns, the display device should be almost complete. After making up his mind, Wu Yan kissed Ye Juya and Shi Xian on the forehead and closed his eyes. I'll say goodbye to the girls tomorrow and go to the other dungeon world. Chapter 1266. Going to another dungeon world. The next day, at the dining table, Wu Yan told the girls about the decision he made last night while Shirori went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The girls couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Why are you all so loud? Wu Yan sneaked a peek into the kitchen and after making sure Shirori didn't find anything, he let out a sigh of relief. He rolled his eyes at the girls in the room. Yeguya, Yuhin, Miku, and Origami are fine since they just found out about us. But Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino, why are you all so surprised? How can we not be surprised? Kotori glared at Wu Yan and lowered her voice. Isn't it too sudden to suggest going to another dungeon world? It's not that sudden. Wu Yan took a bite of his bread and waved his hand casually. I'm the only one going, you don't have to follow me. We don't have to follow you. The girls froze on the spot. Seeing this, Wu Yan explained the conversation he had with the system last night to the girls. He also told the girls that when he is in this dungeon world, the time in this world won't be frozen. Instead, it will be slowed down to 1% of the time in the dungeon world he is in. When they heard Wu Yan's explanation, the girls objected strongly to it. How can you go alone? What if no one takes care of you? Yeah. What if there's danger? Aotsu-sama, I think it's better to bring some people along. It's inconvenient to go alone. I think so too. As the master of us Yamato sisters, are you going to abandon your slaves? Master, you're being too irresponsible. Honey, at least bring me along. I've never been to another dungeon world before. I'm curious. Why are you all so nervous? Wu Yan shook his head and rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who gets into trouble easily? Let's bring some people with us. Kotori frowned. It's good to have someone to take care of me, I'll go with you. Origami declared in an unquestionable tone. My words now. I won't drag you down. This isn't a matter of whether or not we're dragging them back. Origami. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Origami. Don't forget that you'll have to leave this world with us after the display device is completed. He didn't know when he would come back again. Therefore, I think you should at least spend some time with your parents while I'm away. Okay. Origami's unquestionable expression instantly collapsed, and she fell silent. Seeing that Origami had tacitly agreed, the other three rookies by the side hurriedly spoke out. Then let us, the Bawa sisters, follow you to the other world. I agree. Yichuya and Shixien don't have parents in this world, so they don't need to accompany them. I don't have any special events recently, so I don't need to meet my fans. Going to the other world to sing seems like a good idea. What's wrong with the two of them? Is there a need to be so worried? Wu Yan heard Yijuya, Shixien, and Miku's words and the worry in their eyes. He knocked on their heads. I didn't ask you to come with me, but that doesn't mean I'm going alone. Did you forget that I have Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola with me? The other girls recalled that Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola had been staying inside Wu Yan's body all this time. With Natsuki and the others, there's no need to worry, right? Wu Yan smiled at the girls. Besides, I need someone to watch over me. I'll be more at ease if you all stay here together. Wu Yan took out a gem that emitted a soft white light and handed it to Origami. Origami, this is for you, this is. Origami raised an eyebrow when she saw the gem in Wu Yan's hand. Spirit crystal. This was originally yours. Wu Yan looked at Origami. It doesn't matter if you want to use it or not. The decision is in your hands. You can keep it in case you need it. Origami fell silent. After a while, she nodded. She opened up a small tori and wrapped the spirit crystal in it before putting it away. Since husband has made up his mind, I won't say anything else. With Natsuki around, you should be able to rest assured. Kurumi looked at Wu Yan helplessly. But, please be careful, don't worry. Wu Yan smiled. The time ratio is 100:1. I spent 3 months in the other world and only 1 day here. Perhaps, by the time I return, it won't even be a day here, indeed. The group of girls' expressions also relaxed. I will take care of the display. Kotori didn't throw a tantrum, she gave Wu Yan a promise. I'll take care of it too. With Toka, Kurumi, and Origami here, I'm sure nothing will go wrong, okay? Wu Yan looked at the girls and nodded with a smile. Before leaving, the girls prepared a lot of things for Wu Yan. There was plenty of food and water. Kotori even prepared some display device for Wu Yan in case he needs it. Although the display device won't be of much use to Wu Yan who has 103,000 grimoires, it's still a token of appreciation from the girls. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't say much and put it into the gate of Babylon. After preparing everything, Wu Yan told Shirori that he'll be away for a few days and used a small excuse to brush her off. Then, he snuck into his room and opened the system list. He clicked on the dungeon page and began to choose a dungeon. Of course, if he really wants to enter a dungeon, he'll have to pay points. Wu Yan was very poor and he didn't want to use the items in the ring of gold. He could only let the system choose a random dungeon. After all, he doesn't have to pay points to enter a random dungeon. Thus, after entering the dungeon page, Wu Yan opened his mouth. System, choose a random dungeon. Beep. Initiating dungeon selection. The system's cold voice rang in Wu Yan's mind. Then, a glowing frame started to flash between the dungeon options on the list. Like a slot machine, it spun so fast that even Wu Yan couldn't see it clearly. After a while, it stopped on one of the dungeons. Then, the dungeon option lit up from the gray, unavailable, and became an option. Beep. Random dungeon selection successful. Dungeon World of Starry Dragon Knight selected. Enter. Starry Dragon Knight. Wu Yan stared blankly at the options shown on the list. Wu Yan stared blankly at the system. Starry Dragon Knight, which dungeon is this? Haven't you seen the original dungeon? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on when he thought of this. If possible, he'd rather choose a dungeon that he's familiar with. That way, not only would the dungeon missions be easier, he'd be able to act boldly because of his understanding of the world. As for Starry Dragon Knight, Wu Yan didn't even see the original dungeon. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and he mumbled in an embarrassed manner. System, can you do another random selection? The user can choose a random dungeon world. If the user doesn't enter and complete the dungeon mission, the user can't make another random selection. The system's cold voice sounded. If the user isn't satisfied with the random selection, the user can spend a small amount of points to cancel the random selection and make another random selection. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. How many points do I need? Equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points are 10,000 points each. This world it is. Wu Yan said decisively. He didn't want to give himself time and chance to regret. He pressed the Starry Dragon Knight option. The scene in front of him blurred slightly. Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the room. Chapter 1267. The Eruxtran Continent. This was a continent that was shaped like a dragon spreading its wings and soaring high in the sky. On the Eruxtran continent, there were 5 extremely large organizations that occupied the continent for themselves. They occupied a piece of land and divided the territory of the Eruxtran continent. These 5 extremely powerful forces were respectively located in the center of the Eruxtran continent, occupying the heart of the dragon. Known as the Dragon-Raising Nation, the Lorimon Knighthood. Located in the south of the Lorimon Knighthood, occupying the body of the dragon. Known as the suzerain of the Lorimon Knighthood, the Sheplon Kingdom. Located in the north of the Lorimon Knighthood, occupying the jaw of the dragon. Known as the Siphoros Empire, the Arcanum Empire. Located in the southeast of the Eruxtran continent, occupying the tail of the dragon, there used to be all kinds of independent countries of different sizes. Later, 7 large cities and 16 other small cities united to form the alliance of Rovlock Industrial and Commercial Cities. Located in the northeast of the Eruxtran continent, the Ailu Peninsula. Including the Ailu Peninsula, occupying the wing of the dragon. These were the 5 great powers of the Eruxtran continent. They were colossal powers that occupied 5 different parts of the dragon-shaped continent. Of course, they occupied 5 different parts of the Eruxtran continent. However, the relationship between the 5 great powers was very complicated. There were high and low statuses, strong and weak powers. In the eyes of others, they were colossal powers. However, in their own eyes, in their own hearts, there were some discrepancies. For example, the Lorimon Knighthood was a large nation that occupied the heart of the continent. However, it was suppressed by the suzerain Sheplon Kingdom. Obviously, the Lorimon Knighthood was in a weak state. However, the Lorimon Knighthood was a very special nation in the Eruxtran continent. Because This nation that was still weak had the beautiful title of the dragon-raising nation. Unfortunately, whether it was the Lorimon knighthood, the suzerain Sheplon kingdom, or the other three great powers, today, they were destined to not be peaceful. Star essence. This was a very special energy in this world. It was similar to the energy of Qi. It was also a necessary element for the life forms living on this planet to maintain their lives. On this planet, apart from humans, there was another very special race. Dragons. A real Western dragon. However, in this world, the dragons that lived on this planet, although they had the power to be called a disaster like in the legends, their situation, but it wasn't very good. The reason was because of the star essence. This world's planet had a tendency to view creatures with powerful magic as harmful and eliminated them. It could be said that this was a self-cleansing effect by the planet. But what was unable to be erased was the dragons with powerful magic. Became an obsolete race abandoned by the planet. Therefore, the dragons could not accept star essence. They couldn't obtain the star essence that life forms relied on to sustain their lives. If you want to survive on this planet, you must have star essence as a supplement. If you are unable to obtain star essence as a gift from the planet, you will not be able to escape the fate of extinction. Under such circumstances, a special contract known as the Abayan Secret Agreement was created. Due to the planet's tendency to view creatures with mana as a threat, humans who did not possess any mana were instead the most welcomed life forms on the planet. They were born with abundant star essence, which was why the dragons had signed the secret pact of Abayan with the humans. The dragons were facing extinction, but the humans coveted the dragons' power. Therefore, the two sides signed the contract. The dragon used the contract to leave a mark known as the star engraving on the human's body. From the special route formed by the star engraving, the dragon would replenish the star essence on the contracted human's body. In return, the dragons will listen to the humans' orders and give their powerful magic to the humans. With the help of the star carving, the dragons that signed the contract with the humans survived and the humans gained the right to order the dragons. This is the most special existence in this world. Although not everyone can sign a contract with a dragon and become a person who can order the dragons, it is undeniable that this world is a world where humans and dragons live together. All of this is due to the star essence given by the planet. The dragons receive the star essence from their masters. The humans, as the masters, provide the star essence. This had always been the connection between humans and dragons on the continent of Aluxtran. But today, the star essence of the entire world went berserk. That's right. Berserk. Only those who possess the star engraving and can see the star essence's dragon summoning could see it clearly. The world is changing. People. Dragons. Flowers. Trees. Earth. Oceans. On the bodies of these beings, there was an almost endless amount of star essence that could not be seen by the naked eye. They silently rose from every living being, every piece of land, and every part of the sea. Like a swarm of bees, they madly gathered together and surged into the air, forming an extremely terrifying vortex that emitted an astonishing amount of energy. In every corner of the world, people, things, and things that could sense the changes of the star essences were all terrified. They looked at the star essences that rose from their bodies and then looked at the star essences that were continuously gathering in the air. They were at a loss and did not know what to do. What the hell is going on? With such a thought lingering in their minds, at the next moment, the humans and dragons who had lost a large number of star essences in their bodies lost all of their strength. Their faces turned pale as they weakly fell to the ground, terrified by the inexplicable situation that happened to them. For a moment, the humans and dragons on the entire planet fell into an unprecedented panic. Is the end of the world? That was the only thought left in the minds of the humans and dragons who barely maintained their consciousness. In various parts of the world, many important people who relied on their own abilities to continue their activities even if they temporarily lost the replenishment of the star essences looked at the surging star essences that had condensed into a vortex in the air with a solemn expression, not knowing what they were thinking. After all, only a very small number of people can calm down in this doomsday-like phenomenon. Among this extremely small number, there was one such person who had quietly appeared in an extremely dense forest. It was a dragon. It was an extremely elegant and beautiful dragon with long green hair and white fur. Its wings were like the wings of a cicada, emitting a green light. This huge dragon raised its head and stared at the whirlpool of star essence in the sky that covered the entire world. Its body flashed with a green light and its body gradually shrank until finally, it turned into an extremely beautiful woman with extremely long green hair and horn-like ornaments. She turned from a dragon to a human. She raised her head and looked at the star essence swirling in the sky. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She looked dignified, shocked, complicated, and greedy. Such a large amount of star essences. The woman sighed in amazement. If the dragon clan can obtain it, then even if they don't rely on humans, they should be able to survive for a long time, right? After saying that, the woman closed her eyes as if she knew she said something stupid. When she opened her eyes again, there was only a dignified look in her eyes. The star essence of the planet is going berserk. It even affected the star essence in the living body and caused it to go berserk as well. Planet, what is going on? This phenomenon. The woman narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. Is it because the planet itself, which rejects life forms with powerful magic power, has sensed the existence of powerful magic power and strongly rejected the birth of that existence, thus causing the self-phenomenon? After saying that, the woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. If that's really the case, then just how powerful is this existence to be able to cause the planet itself to automatically reject its birth? The planet has a tendency to view creatures with powerful magic as harmful. It has a tendency to reject them. However, that is at most a function of the planet itself. Like a natural phenomenon, it is a setting of the world. But now, this natural phenomenon was like a chemical reaction caused by a certain existence, producing an extremely powerful change. This is the truth behind the star essence going berserk. Wu Yan, who didn't know about this, finally ushered in the most unwelcome journey in history. Moreover, the one that rejected him was the planet itself. Chapter 1268. As if he entered a pool of water, a wave of dizziness engulfed his consciousness. Then, he felt his body floating up into the air. However, this state didn't last long. Wu Yan's vision blurred for a brief moment. Then, Wu Yan felt the air around him returning to its original state after a second of silence. Have I entered a dungeon world? Just as this thought rose from the depths of Wu Yan's heart, the system's voice echoed and told Wu Yan the answer. Dungeon World, Xing Carving's Dragon Knight. Dungeon Mission, Acquire. Mission 1, enter Tokasaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode and use the ability of the angel, Safkiel, to use the Bullet of 12, YOD. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest, she would obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before he was born and placed in the Abayan Forest. Mission Reward, 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 2, yet to be activated. Mission 3, yet to be activated. Beep. User, after you have completed all the dungeon missions, you will be able to leave the dungeon world. When the first mission is completed, the second mission will be activated. When the second mission is completed, the third mission will be activated. When the second mission is completed, the third mission will be activated. When the third mission is completed, the user will be able to leave the dungeon world. Reminder, because the world of Xing Carving's Dragon Knight is very special to the user, the first mission is also a very special type of mission. If the user is unable to complete it, he will be forced to leave the dungeon world. The user will no longer have the right to enter the world of Xing Carving's Dragon Knight. I hope the user will pay attention to the first mission. In addition, I would like to remind the user once again that the time ratio between the dungeon world and the main world, as well as the other dungeon worlds that are not frozen, is 101. Therefore, the user can train in the dungeon world without any worries. I wish you a happy dungeon world. Listening to the system prompt that would repeat every time he entered a dungeon world. Wu Yan was only paying attention to the dungeon mission. However, when the system prompt was transmitted to his mind, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. To him, Xing Carving's Dragon Knight was an extremely special dungeon world. What was the meaning of this? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan more or less understood when he opened his eyes. Why is this instant's dungeon world so special to me? In midair, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his eyes was not the blue sky. Instead, they were densely packed like green fireflies. Spots of light filled the entire sky. They were like bees that had gathered in a beehive, moving crazily. Although there was no buzzing sound, under their violent movements, ripples appeared in the surrounding air. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was stunned. It was also at this moment that the scene before him completely changed. All of the green specks of light seemed to be boiling as they gathered together and gave off strange ripples. In the next moment, a fatal sense of crisis suddenly attacked Wu Yan's heart, causing Wu Yan's heart to tighten. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. Before Wu Yan could react, the surrounding green specks of light that densely covered the entire sky emitted a dazzling and terrifying light. In the sky, the star essences that had gathered into a vortex emitted a scorching light that covered the entire sky. Under the gaze of everyone in the world, it suddenly exploded like a star exploding. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a terrifying loud noise that was enough to shatter the eardrums of everyone in the world instantly resounded in every corner of the world. It caused the people and dragons that had lost their strength and collapsed on the ground to cover their ears with a pale face. They let out the most horrified screams in their lives, and together with the loud noise, resounded through the entire sky. The scene of a star exploding occurred directly in the eyes of all the people and dragons who were watching the sky, and it shone with a dazzling light. People did not even know what had happened. The violent flash took away their vision, and the loud sound took away their hearing, causing the whole world to resound with horrified screams and panic horns. It was believed that if it was not for the fact that they had lost a large amount of star essences that caused them to fall into a weakened state, perhaps the world would have already fallen into chaos, the end of the world. These 4 words were deeply engraved in everyone's heart, causing waves of panic. When everyone was in a state of blindness due to the explosion of the star essences, at the center of the explosion, below, a pitch-black crack that was filled with ferocious eyeballs suddenly split open from the void and spat out a figure that flew out in a sorry state. It was Wu Yan who had entered Amethyst's red jade mode. At the last critical moment of the star essence's explosion, Wu Yan decisively activated Amethyst's red jade mode. First, he used the realm of being and non-being to offset the terrifying impact caused by the explosion. Then, without saying a word, he hid in the gap and avoided the continuous impact of the sound waves. With his waist-length golden hair fluttering in the wind, Wu Yan opened his eyes that had turned purple and looked at the star essences that were flashing in the sky due to the explosion. His expression was unsightly. This was also natural. After all, Wu Yan did not know that this planet had a natural phenomenon that treated all beings with mana as harmful and eliminated them. Originally, this phenomenon would at most not give star essences to beings with mana and let them die on their own. However, due to Wu Yan's body that benefited from the body of a true ancestor and the strongest mana cultivation method, as well as the super powerful mana that had been strengthened and purified by the magical pool water, the planet's tendency to eliminate beings with mana seemed to have been stimulated, causing the star essences to go berserk. This was something that had never happened before in this world, something that had never happened before. In the planet's past history, there were many beings with powerful mana, but no matter how powerful they were, even if an entire race was added together, they had never caused such a phenomenon on the planet. One of the reasons is that they were born in this world. Unlike Wu Yan, who came out of nowhere and gave this world a huge shock. Another reason was that their mana was not enough to cause such a phenomenon on the planet. Now, Wu Yan alone had caused such a violent reaction. One can only imagine how much magic power Wu Yan has in his body right now. However, for Wu Yan, coming to this world was a bad thing. At least for now. System, what's going on? Wu Yan stared at the star essences that were still fluctuating in the sky and asked the system in a hoarse voice, his purple eyes full of anger. Of course, if it were anyone else who had just arrived in this world and encountered a great disaster that forced them to enter the red jade mode to escape, they would have reacted the same way as Wu Yan. Although he was the true ancestor of vampires and could never die, and could be resurrected after death, he did not have the hobby of dying several times. It was natural for him to be angry. However, Wu Yan did not receive an answer from the system. It was not that the system did not answer Wu Yan's question, but that a vortex of star essences no less dense than the one before had surrounded Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed when he saw the dense green light gathering around him. He was about to open up another gap when he realized that the star essences were coiling around his hands and feet like ropes. This is bad. While waiting for the system's response, Wu Yan, who got caught up in a moment of carelessness, widened his eyes. The next moment, boom, an extremely violent shockwave spread out in all directions along with another terrifying explosion. The sky was once again covered by a strong light. Below the strong light, a broken body that had lost all 4 limbs and was only left with an empty shell fell down while carrying a remnant force. The star essence that was circulating around the body fell down. In the end, it fell into a dense forest. After a long time, the sky returned to normal. The vortex of star essences disappeared as well. Once again, the people were replenished with star essences from the planets and recovered from their injuries. However, the nightmarish doomsday scene had already been reflected in everyone's heart. It became a mark that could not be erased. Chapter 1269. The entire world was shocked. The entire continent of Rollercoasters fell into an unprecedented chaos. Even though the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk had calmed down and the apocalyptic scene had disappeared like a dream, leaving behind only a sense of shock, the people were still unable to get rid of the panic in their hearts. That was only natural. If it was just a phenomenon of the star essence going berserk, then at most it would become a hot topic in people's mouths. But the problem was, the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk also appeared on the human body and dragon body. It even caused people and dragons to fall into a weakened state and become fish on the chopping block without any power to fight back. Many people even thought that they were going to die, until the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk calmed down, and their strength returned to their bodies. They were completely unaware of it, and still stood there stupidly, looking at the sky for a long time without coming back to their senses. This can no longer be explained as a simple phenomenon, it must be treated as a deep threat to their lives. Moreover, this threat is aimed at the entire world. At this moment, whether it's the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea, the Kingdom of Sheplon, the Sepharo's Empire, the Lovelock Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Escapades Sanctuary and other major powers on the continent, they all made the same decision. They must quickly find out the reason for the star essence going berserk. As a result, the entire world unavoidably began an unknown turmoil. What no one knew was, the center of the truth behind the star essence going berserk was the Lorea Knight's Kingdom known as the Dragon-Raising Kingdom, a weak and small kingdom by others. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. This is a special academy located in the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea. It's an academy that specializes in educating and guiding the young boys and girls who have signed a contract with dragons and become dragon nurturers. According to the rules of the Lorimon Knight's Kingdom, all citizens of the Lorimon Knight's Kingdom had to go through a ceremony called the Youngling Ceremony, in the Holy Land, Obion Forest, within a month after they turned 7 years old to look for the mother of dragons. Obtain the offspring of the dragon whelp. As long as it was in the youngling ritual. Children who are chosen by the dragon mother and have the aptitude to raise dragons will be placed in the dragon mother's body as the offspring of the dragon whelp. As long as a person has a dragon in his body, he will be called a dragon nurturer. A person who has the aptitude to raise dragons. There was a high chance that the ability to raise dragons would be passed down to the next generation. However, the chances of successfully placing a dragon whelp in his body was still only about 10%. As for the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, it was an academy that nurtured rare dragon nurturers. After the star essence went berserk and calmed down, the star essence returned to the human body once again. Inside the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. In the student union office, an extremely beautiful girl gradually recovered her body and slowly stood up from the ground where she had just fallen down with great difficulty. The young lady had long, fiery red hair that reached her waist. Her eyes were as beautiful as emeralds, and her slender and delicate body exuded a noble, princess-like aura. Her fiery figure didn't lose even the slightest bit of her charm even though she was wrapped in the academy uniform, making the heavens and earth lose their color. The gorgeous young lady flicked her brightly colored long hair. Her green eyes immediately looked at her own body, and she even tried to move it. When she didn't find anything strange, she murmured, "Has the star essence recovered?" The girl's name was Rebecca Randall. She was the student union president of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. She was also the strongest person in the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Not the strongest among the students, but the true strongest in the academy. Her strength even surpassed the teachers of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Rebecca was a noble existence that was both beautiful and powerful. This noble existence couldn't help but lose all ability to resist like a normal person. She laid limply on the ground and watched as the star essence vortex mysteriously gathered and exploded in the sky. She didn't even have the strength to approach the scene. Thinking of this, Rebecca clenched her fists and raised her head to look at the sky. Her beautiful face was filled with seriousness. What happened? Star essence was a special energy that existed in the body of a living being. Its importance even surpassed food. Because the dragon nurturer signed a contract with a dragon, they obtained the star essence path that allowed the star essence to circulate. It was also the star engraving. Through it, they could more or less see the existence of star essence. It was the same for Rebecca. In the past, star essence would only circulate between the human body and the dragon body. It also existed in the bodies of some living beings. However, it had never left the human body on its own and appeared in the air before going berserk. This phenomenon happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that Rebecca couldn't react in time. She was stunned by everything that happened before her eyes. At this moment, even though she was the student union president who was both beautiful and powerful, smart and witty, she still didn't know what to do. She stared blankly at the gradually dispersing star essence in the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. However, this reaction was quickly disrupted. At a certain moment, Rebecca, who was gazing at the sky, suddenly froze, a look of surprise flashing through her emerald eyes. That was because, in Rebecca's field of vision, she could see a green starlight flickering within the dispersing star essence vortex. It was as if a green meteor was falling towards the ground. And the direction in which the green meteor fell was precisely the direction of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. No, to be more precise, it fell into a dense forest not far from the Ansari Dragon Academy. That's... Rebecca's eyes lit up. Her intuition told her that the falling meteor had something to do with the star essence going berserk. Staring at the green streak of light falling into the forest, Rebecca silently memorized its location. Soon after, she abruptly turned around and left the student council office without a second thought. The Fianna Forest was located in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. It was a forest to the north of the Ansari city. Due to the fact that the distance was close, the area was large enough, and the conditions were substantial enough, the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy would often visit this place for their own actual combat training or for the school's routine activities. To the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, this was a forest that they could not be more familiar with. This included Rebecca as well. She rushed into the forest as fast as she could and gradually approached the location in her memory. Realizing that the thing she was looking for might be nearby, she couldn't help but lighten her footsteps. Her heartbeat sped up as well. She tiptoed and soon, after pushing aside the tall grass in front of her for the umpteenth time, a lake appeared in front of her. It was a lake that wasn't very big, but it was very beautiful. The surrounding light was blocked by the tall trees, causing the lake to sink into a rather desolate darkness, as if it was in the middle of the night. At the same time, many green stars were floating around the lake like fireflies. They were emitting a gentle light while they floated around, covering the entire scene. That's... Rebecca was shocked when she saw the green stars covering the entire lake. Star essences. That's right, the stars floating around the lake were the star essences that the planet gave life on. Star essences are floating in the air. Rebecca didn't hide her shock at all. After all, star essences only existed within living beings. They were essential for life. If there was no special reason or man-made reason, the star sprite would never appear out of nowhere in the air. However, this also confirmed Rebecca's suspicions. The star essences going berserk definitely had something to do with that ray of light. Rebecca looked around the lake and had to admit that the scene of star sprites drifting on the lake as if it had fallen into a curtain of night was indeed very beautiful. However, her gaze was stealthily snatched away by another scene. At the center of the lake was a small tree. Star essences surrounded the tree. They emitted a green light as if they were covered in fluorescent gauze. At the top of the tree, a person was lying on top of the tree with a serene expression as if he was in a deep sleep. Around him were green stars that seemed to be protecting him. Rebecca gradually became absent-minded when she saw this beautiful scene. Chapter 1270. His consciousness gradually returned to his mind, awakening his sluggish nerves and gradually operating. Waking up from his muddle-headed state, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes, exposing a pair of wine-red pupils to the air, flashing with dense confusion. A tingling sensation came from his head, but it made Wu Yan's consciousness return faster. It was not until now that Wu Yan discovered his current situation. He was lying on a soft bed. The first thing that caught his eye was a beautiful chandelier hanging on the ceiling, emitting a bright and beautiful light. A gentle breeze blew gently, the chandelier also gently swayed with the wind, making a pleasant sound like a wind chime. The surroundings were dim. Taking a closer look, the dim light was actually the setting sun shining in from outside the open window not far away. This is... Looking around, he held his head as he propped himself up from the bed. Closing his eyes, he started stimulating his brain that had entered a sluggish state due to deep sleep, trying to retrieve the memories from before he fell into a deep slumber. After recalling everything, Wu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His face was completely covered in inexplicable confusion. Why? Why did I have to enter Yukari's red jade mode as soon as I came to this world to avoid a disaster? Who do I have a grudge against? When he entered the world of Star-Carving Dragon Knight, Wu Yan did imagine that he would once again encounter a deceptive way of descending. Anyway, when he was in the magic catalog, he was directly assigned the identity of a rogue to descend, and when he entered the Date Battle world twice, he encountered the Space Quake and AST to kill him. Wu Yan didn't expect his descent to be in such a manner. He also didn't expect to encounter the most dangerous disaster in the history of this world. Is this Star-Carving Dragon Knight world a world more awesome than Dragon Ball? Inadvertently, Wu Yan thought so. It can't be helped, that kind of disaster, Wu Yan admitted to himself. If he didn't have Yukari's red jade mode to support him. With his current strength, even if he was not careless, he would definitely die in the first explosion. If it was because he was unlucky enough to encounter a rare disaster in this world, then it was still acceptable. But if it was man-made, the other party was at least a demigod. Only then could he create such a phenomenon. Encountering a demigod right after entering the dungeon world. Was he really that unlucky? He had no idea what was going on. Wu Yan could only ask the system for help. After getting an answer from the system, he finally knew what was going on. This was a world with humans and dragons as the main theme. The planet of this world viewed creatures with powerful magic as harmful, and the tendency to eliminate it. When he first arrived in this dungeon world, the calamity he encountered was only because he, who possessed super powerful magic, had suddenly arrived in this world and stimulated the self-cleansing tendency of the planet itself. As a result, the planet's star essence, which was essential for life but did not grant life with magic, went berserk as if a chemical reaction had occurred. This caused the individual with super powerful magic, which was Wu Yan himself, to suffer the disaster of the berserk star essence. In other words, this was a combination of inevitability and coincidence, an unexpected disaster similar to a natural disaster. It can be like this. After understanding the truth of the matter, Wu Yan didn't feel too good. Is it wrong to have powerful magic? Of course, no one would give him an answer to this question. Wu Yan could only swallow this bitter water into his stomach. After all, this was a phenomenon caused by the natural inclination of the planet and Wu Yan himself. If he wanted to take revenge, was he supposed to take revenge on the planet or himself? That's even worse, sigh. After sighing, Wu Yan shook his head and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He began to observe his surroundings. I admit that I was tricked, but where is this place? In the last collective explosion of the star essence, Wu Yan's body was blown up by the strong impact. Although he relied on the body of a true ancestor and quickly recovered to his original state, he couldn't avoid the shock of the impact and lost consciousness. He didn't know what happened after that. Of course, he didn't know why he was here, lifting the quilt on his body. Wu Yan was about to get out of bed when he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be green starlight surrounding his body. This is... Blinking, Wu Yan raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to touch the green starlight. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, attracting Wu Yan's attention. Then, Wu Yan saw an extremely beautiful and noble girl with fiery red hair that reached her waist and emerald-like eyes walked into the room. The girl seemed to have noticed Wu Yan's gaze. She lifted her head and looked at the direction of the bed. When she met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes, she paused for a moment before revealing a breathtaking smile. Allah, you're already awake. The girl didn't wait for Wu Yan to reply. She walked to the bedside and sat down. She looked at Wu Yan with a curious and probing gaze before asking him with a smile. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No. No. Hearing the girl's question, Wu Yan responded reflexively. Then, he reacted and looked at her with uncertainty. You saved me. Yes. Yes. Seeing Wu Yan's quick reaction, the girl couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The young girl was well aware of how great her charm was. It wasn't that the young girl wanted to flatter herself, but rather, all of this had been seen by everyone in the world. It was because of this that she was so surprised. In the past, people who met her for the first time, even if they're from the royal family or if they're from the same gender as her, would more or less show some inappropriate behavior due to her appearance. It's not that there aren't people like Wu Yan who could react so quickly and ignore her charms, but those people are usually in their 70s or 80s, they can be considered old people. The girl didn't know if there were people like Wu Yan who didn't seem to care much about their appearance in other places, but this was the first time she met someone like him, therefore, her curiosity grew even stronger, causing the smile on the young lady's face to become even brighter. I am Rebecca. Rebecca. Randall. Rebecca smiled and introduced herself as she placed a hand on her chest. What about you? Me. Me. Wu Yan couldn't help but scratch his cheeks. He was conflicted about whether he should announce his name. From Rebecca's name, it was obvious that the name of this world was very similar to the name of the Spalier world. Under such circumstances, his name seemed to be neither fish nor fowl. Moreover, if he announced his name, the girl would definitely ask him what happened, why he fainted, where he lived, why he fainted and so on. However, Wu Yan, who wasn't a resident of this world, couldn't answer any of these questions. In the worst-case scenario, he might be treated as a suspicious person. That would be the worst-case scenario. After all, Wu Yan wasn't familiar with the star-engraved Dragon Knight. He hadn't even read the original work. His basic knowledge of this world was obtained from the system. He was unfamiliar with the people and the place and was in a worse state than when he first came to the Blood Frenzy world. Here, it was better to use Rebecca as a breakthrough point and slowly understand this world before deciding what to do. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to give her any information. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he couldn't find anything. The only thing he could do now was to use his trump card. In a short span of a second, these thoughts flashed through Wu Yan's mind. In the next second, he put on a pained expression, he held his forehead and spoke with great difficulty. I don't know, you don't know. Rebecca didn't expect this answer. She couldn't help but be taken aback. She raised her eyebrows. How could you not know? This. You're asking me. Wu Yan laughed bitterly. This time, it wasn't an act. It was a real bitter laugh. He laughed bitterly at the fact that he was in such a predicament. Then, do you remember what happened before you fainted? Do you know why you fainted? Or, where do you live? As Wu Yan expected, Rebecca asked these questions. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. He knocked his head and shook his head with a troubled expression. Is that so? Rebecca muttered to herself. Looks like you've lost your memories. Wu Yan cheered in his heart when he heard that. Memory loss, complete. Chapter 1271. On the other side, Rebecca had a vexed expression. When she saw Wu Yan surrounded by the star essence in the forest, Rebecca felt that the man in front of her had something to do with the star essence going berserk. Rebecca had originally thought that she would be able to obtain some information after Wu Yan woke up, perhaps even the truth behind why the star essence had gone berserk. In the end, her only clue seemed to be that he had lost his memories. It seemed like his efforts were in vain this time. Rebecca sighed inwardly, but she quickly composed herself and looked at Wu Yan. If you've really lost your memory, then it'll be a little troublesome, I'm sorry. Wu Yan said it from the bottom of his heart, the apologetic look on his face is also genuine. Of course, his apology was mainly directed at the fact that he had lied to Rebecca. She had saved him, but he couldn't tell her the truth. All he could do was apologize. However, Rebecca definitely didn't know why Wu Yan was apologizing. She thought that he was apologizing for causing her trouble because of his memory loss. Rebecca shook her head with a smile. Don't mind it. It's just that I originally wanted to get some information from you, but it seems that it's not possible now. Wu Yan bitterly smiled when he heard Rebecca's blunt words. Then, he asked her a question. Where is this place? This is the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Rebecca nodded in reply, leaving Wu Yan puzzled. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. It's the Dragon Cultivator Academy in the Knight's Nation of Loriaman. It's also the academy I'm studying in. Rebecca explained patiently when she saw Wu Yan's confused expression. I found you who had fainted in the nearby forest and brought you back to the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. You're now in a student dormitory in the academy, I see. Wu Yan sighed. He looked at Rebecca. I'm really sorry. Sorry to trouble you. It's not that troublesome. I still have some authority in this academy. Borrowing a student dorm is just a small matter. Rebecca casually waved her hand and explained. Just. You don't remember anything now. I can't take you home. You should be able to use this dorm for a long time. I'm really sorry. Wu Yan could only smile bitterly and continue to answer like this as he shook his head. Following his movements, the star essences floating around him seemed to be responding to him as they jumped up and down. Seeing this, Rebecca narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and said half-jokingly, These star sprites have been following you from the forest. Many of them have disappeared along the way, but there are still so many left. You seem to be very welcomed by the star sprites. Welcome. Wu Yan frowned. He reached out and touched the star sprites. The star sprites that he touched immediately disappeared like bubbles. And no, you're not welcome. Wu Yan blurted out before his brain could process what he just said. Rather than welcoming me, these star sprites seem to be resisting me. Resisting? Rebecca was stunned. It feels like. Resisting. Rebecca listened to Wu Yan seriously and lowered her head to ponder. Star sprites are essential to living beings. They are essential to maintain life. Humans have abundant star sprites. That's why they can sign a contract with dragons whose star sprites are not self-sufficient. They provide the dragons with star sprites and obtain the ability to control dragons. Dragons also need star essence to survive. Although their star essence can't be self-sufficient, it can still accommodate the star essence of us humans and survive. I've never heard of star essence being able to resist living beings. Actually, you can't say that they're resisting. Wu Yan held up the star sprites around him. He watched as some of them disappeared and some fused into his body. Confusion flashed through his eyes. I shouldn't say that the star sprites are resisting me. I should say that something above that is resisting me. Something above that. This time, Rebecca didn't know what to make of it. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Forget it, I don't know how to explain it either. Just think of it as some sort of mutation happening to these star essences and they're following me, but it's not me who's attracting these star essences, is that so? I understand. Rebecca didn't understand Wu Yan's words but she still remembered them. She adjusted her mood and asked. Then, what do you plan to do next? Me? Wu Yan scratched his head and shrugged. I don't know but I can't cause you any trouble. This is the academy, the dormitory. I'm not a student so I can't stay here forever. I can't say that I can't stay here forever. Rebecca said confidently. If you're a dragon cultivator, I can use the convenience of my position to help you apply for admission. You don't look that old anyway. Rebecca sized up Wu Yan. But you don't seem to have a star carving on you. You're not a dragon cultivator, right? Wu Yan fell silent when he heard this. Wu Yan learned what a star carving was from the system. It was the symbol of a dragon cultivator. It was a contract carving that was left on one's body when one was chosen by the mother of dragons and placed in a young dragon. Through the star carving, dragons could replenish their star essence from the dragon cultivator. The dragon cultivator could also use the star carving to obtain all sorts of convenient abilities related to dragons. Now that he had the star carving, he had proven that he was a rare dragon cultivator. This is a world where the main theme is the interaction between humans and dragons. Therefore, if Wu Yan is a dragon breeder, it would be much easier for him to do a lot of things. At the very least, he can use the excuse of being a dragon breeder to get away with it when using some special abilities. It wasn't that Wu Yan didn't have dragons. They weren't real dragons but 2 of the 5 familiars in his body, the white dragon Scorching Flame and the black dragon Lightning Trap, happened to be in the form of dragons. Although it would definitely be a little special compared to a real Western dragon, it would definitely work if the black and white dragons were used to bluff their way through. As for the star carving, his arm would be covered in red veins when he summoned familiars. It should work if he used that, right? Since he had nowhere else to go, he might as well use the Ansari Dragon Academy as a base instead of running around in this unfamiliar world. With Leibeka there, it should more or less solve some of his problems. Wu Yan grinned at Leibeka and he said in a bashful manner. I don't really understand, but if you're talking about dragons, I do have. You have dragons? Leibeka was stunned, her green eyes filled with questions. But you don't have a star carving, right? My star carving is a bit special. Wu Yan explained, because it looks too strange, I used some methods to hide it. Is that so? Leibeka still didn't understand. If that's the case, can you let me see your star carving? All right. Wu Yan raised his hand and secretly channeled strands of mana. I hope you won't be scared. Wu Yan's hand was covered by the red veins and it quickly turned black. This. Leibeka couldn't help but take a step back when she saw Wu Yan's sinister-looking black arm. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. This is your star carving? Yes. Wu Yan withdrew his mana and returned his hand to normal. Isn't this star carving a bit too strange? Even Leibeka couldn't help but give such an evaluation. Even the hand turns black. I've never even heard of a star carving like this, let alone seen one. That's why I hid it. Wu Yan looked helpless. Leibeka smiled bitterly. Forget it. Since you're a dragon cultivator, things will be easier. I'll arrange for your enrollment. Sorry to trouble you. No, I have something I need to look for clues from you. It's also beneficial for me to have you stay. Leibeka blinked mischievously. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She stood up, pondered for a moment, and smiled. But since you plan to stay, it won't do if you don't have a name. Roland. Leibeka raised her head with an elegant expression on her face. From today onwards, you'll be called Roan. Chapter 1272. After that, Leibeka asked Wu Yan all sorts of questions in an attempt to make him remember something. For example, why would Wu Yan's star carving be in such a special form? What was the name of the fall he was riding? What level of dragon was it? Where was it currently placed? Something like that. The dragon breeders named the dragons that had been placed in their bodies by the mother of dragons during the infant ritual but had become independent after birth as fall. Every fall of the dragon nurturer had a name unique to them, and each of them had their own racial form as their first form. For example, the winged dragons that could fly in the sky. The water dragons that excelled in water. The earth dragons that excelled on land. And when the dragon nurturer fall matured from the form of a pterosaur, water dragon, or earth dragon and evolved into a holy dragon, its master would be known as a dragon knight and receive the title of dragon knight. They would also be able to obtain a silver pocket watch from the king of the kingdom of knights of Lorimon to prove their identity as a dragon knight. Thus, becoming a dragon knight was basically the goal of every dragon cultivator from the beginning. Above the Dragon Knight, there was an even higher level, the Holy Sky Dragon Knight. Speaking of the Holy Sky Dragon Knight, one had to mention a special type of magical equipment in this world, the Holy Knight Armor. It was something that the dragons that evolved into holy dragons used their own magical power to create for their master. It was an armor and weapon that possessed great power and power. The holy dragons used their magical power to create the Holy Knight armor and offered it to their master. It represented that they were offering their entire being to their master. It was a symbol of complete obedience to their master. It was also a symbol of the holy dragon swearing loyalty to their master. And when his fall offered the Holy Knight armor he created to his master, his master would receive the title of Saint Dragon Knight and become one of the noblest existences in Lorimon's knighthood. Even the most powerful knight order in Lorimon, the Holy Dragon Knights of Lorimon, only had about 10% of its members. They had the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight. Thus, the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight wasn't just a symbol of power, it was also a symbol of transcendence and status. In the knighthood of Lorimon, those who obtained the title of Saint Sky Dragon Knight had the same status as nobles. At this point, the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight could be obtained. Because he could use the magic attached to the Holy Knight's armor and the inherent magic equipment, he could fight even without riding a dragon. Other than the Saint Sky Dragon Knights, even the Dragon Knights had to ride a dragon to unleash their power. And Lebeka. He was a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. After learning this fact from Lebeka, Wu Yen was speechless. He had just arrived in this world and he had already encountered the greatest disaster in history. The first person he had met was the existence with the highest reputation in this world, looks to the Dragon Emperor to Lorimon the world. In the end, Lebeka answered many of Wu Yan's questions. She also wanted to ask Wu Yan some questions. Wu Yan didn't answer a single one of her questions. She couldn't help but feel helpless when she left. However, Lebeka seemed to have made up her mind. She wanted to find clues from Wu Yan about why the star essence went berserk. This made Wu Yan feel helpless as well. Forget it, let it be. Seeing Lebeka leave the dorm, Wu Yan laid on his bed with such negative thoughts. His eyes flashed with contemplation. From Lebeka's words, Wu Yan learned about the existence of the Holy Knight armor. It was a magic equipment that could transform a person into a transcendent being. It sounded similar to the display device used in individual battles, the CR unit. Indeed, whether it was the CR unit or the Holy Knight's armor, both of them allowed normal people to possess superhuman strength. However, the difference was that while the CR unit used technology to create magic, the Paladin armor allowed the wearer to carry magic to provide the inherent magic equipment and increase the wearer's strength. Thus, the wearer would be transformed. For Wu Yan, CR unit is as good as nothing. Up until now, he has never seen a CR unit that could boost a magician's power to Wu Yan's level. However, the Holy Knight armor was different. It's not like the Paladin armor can grant you the power to fight Wu Yan. Instead, it meant that Wu Yan, who already had a large amount of mana, could be equipped with the Holy Knight armor created by the Holy Dragons. He would definitely be strengthened in all aspects. Unfortunately, Wu Yan wasn't a true dragon breeder. He didn't think that there was a dragon with enough mana to create a Holy Knight armor that could strengthen even himself. It was just empty talk. If Wu Yan didn't have a system. Wu Yan closed his eyes and spoke in his mind. Is there a piece of equipment similar to the Holy Knight armor that can increase my overall strength? Yes. Yes. The system answered straightforwardly. But the system does not recommend the user to use it. Wu Yan, who had been overjoyed by the system's answer, frowned as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Why? Of course, there is an equipment like the Holy Knight's armor in the star-carving Dragon Knight world in the system, but the Holy Knight's armor in this world is also the most suitable equipment for its owner that the Holy Dragon created using magic power according to its owner's body. However, the same equipment in the system may not necessarily be suitable for the user. Even if there is an enhancement, the data will not be improved much. System, I remember that you've modified my equipment before, right? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Our souls are connected. No one is more familiar with my physical attributes than you. If I asked you to create such an equipment for me like the Holy Dragons, would you be able to do it? The system's voice sank slightly, as if it was a precise instrument calculating something. Then, it gave an answer. The system has obtained the user's physical attributes. According to the user's request, the probability of creating the equipment that is most suitable for the user and can increase the user's strength in all aspects is 100%. In other words, Wu Yan's lips curled into a grin. Halfway through his grin, the system notified him and he froze on the spot. According to the user's request, creating the equipment that can increase the user's strength in all aspects. After calculation, the required values are as follows. D-grade equipment requires 1000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. C-grade equipment requires 10,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. B-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. A-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. S-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. Please make your choice. Wu Yan was speechless. Wu Yan silently opened his system list. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 1100 item points, 5000 ability points, 1000 summoning points, 1000 level, 85. Looking at the displayed points, Wu Yan was silent once again. After a long time, he sighed faintly. The system is messing with me. None of his points had exceeded 4 digits. Among them, he originally only had 300 points. However, before Wu Yan left the Battle of the Appointment, he took out some items from the Ring of Gold and made Yajuya, Shixian, Meizhou, and Kitsune Origami his summons. Only then did the remaining points increase to 4 digits. Looks like I have to use all my cards again. Wu Yan took out the Ring of Gold and looked at the items in it. He gritted his teeth. If that's the case, I might as well go all out this time. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan handed over all the treasures in the Ring of Gold except for the 5 demigod magic crystals to the system. Ding! Obtained 1020,000 equipment points. Ding! Obtained 1150,000 item points. Ding! Obtained 1010,000 ability points. Ding! Obtained 40,000 summoning points. Following the system notification, Wu Yan only had 5 demigod magic crystals left in the Ring of Gold. However, Wu Yan did not feel the pinch at all. Because system. Wu Yan shouted in high spirits. Forge an A-grade equipment. Chapter 1273. The weather was clear and the sky was blue. The cloudless sky was as clear as jade. The sunlight was like water, but it was dazzling. It was still early in the morning. The thick chill brought by the dawn that had just left not long ago was still floating in the air, giving people the urge to turn around and crawl into their beds. However, today, the students in the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy still woke up early and began to tidy themselves up in preparation for the upcoming opening ceremony. That's right. Today was the first day of the new semester of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Above the majestic building, pterosaurs with wings weaved into a team, carrying their owners across the sky in an elegant trajectory and landing on the academy's field. The ones running back and forth, causing the earth to tremble, were the earth dragons with towering horns. In the entire academy, traces of humans and dragons could be seen almost everywhere. It was very dreamy. On this bustling morning of the new semester, one of the dormitories of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the male dormitory of the Apollo dormitory, was in a commotion. Many students who had just woken up and were preparing to take care of themselves received some news. They came to the hallway with a doubtful expression. When they looked to the middle of the hallway, they were all stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. In the middle of the hallway, an extremely beautiful girl with a voluptuous body wearing the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's uniform and long fiery red hair that reached her waist was walking forward with graceful steps. She maintained a smile on her face as she walked forward. Seeing the unnatural beauty of the girl, the male students of the Apollo dormitory were all dumbstruck. After they reacted, suddenly, a burst of cheers rang out from the entire dormitory. Isn't that President Lebecca? It's really the president. The president came to the male dormitory. Is this for real? As the president of the Student Council of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, as well as a Holy Sky Dragon Knight with a status comparable to nobles, Lebecca's reputation and popularity were unimaginable. Without any trace of politeness. Lebecca's reputation, popularity, and even power. It was not surprising to say that it was bigger than the mayor of Ansari, where the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was located. In addition to Lebecca's undeniable beauty, in the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy, there was no one who could suppress her beauty. Without a doubt, he was the idol of all the students, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. The goddess of their dreams had actually come to the boys' dormitory. Just her action alone was enough to make the boys of Apollo's dormitory hold their heads in their hands, blissfully confused. Walking along the corridor, Lebecca looked around at the perverted looks of the surrounding boys as well as the cheers and shouts of support that shook the entire building. She maintained a smile on her face, but she was feeling a little impatient on the inside. Although Lebecca was more or less used to this kind of scene, after seeing the obvious contrast with Wu Yan's performance yesterday, the impatience that she had not felt for a long time surged into her heart without any warning. She quickened her steps and walked toward Wu Yan's room. As Lebecca was the one who arranged Wu Yan's room using her authority, she was naturally the most familiar with it. After quickly arriving, she pushed open the door without any trace of politeness and walked in. Then, she quickly closed the door, leaving behind a group of stupefied boys looking at each other. President Lebecca actually entered a boy's room. This can't be real. Who? Can someone tell me who's in that room? I'm so envious. Could it be the president has already? No. This can't be real. I don't believe it. Thus, in the blink of an eye, another commotion occurred in Apollo's dormitory. He's wearing a light black shirt and a pair of trousers of the same color. He's also wearing a sleeveless white coat with a high collar and a yellow tie. Wu Yan stood there awkwardly while sizing himself up. For a moment, he couldn't come up with a good explanation for what he's doing. On the other hand, Lebecca, who just entered the room, gave Wu Yan a serious look. She praised Wu Yan and she gave him this evaluation. Not bad. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged disapprovingly. I feel like a waiter in a restaurant. This uniform is a little uncomfortable. After saying that, Wu Yan turned around to look at Lebecca. His eyes lit up slightly. Lebecca's uniform was the same color as Wu Yan's, just that it was a woman's uniform. She was wearing a light black dress with an extremely short hem that only covered the area below her knees. Her coat was a white coat that looked like a tuxedo, but it was hollow in the front, allowing people to clearly see Lebecca's majestic bosom wrapped in the dress. Long boots, pantyhose, red tie, and white gloves. Even if it was just the Academy's uniform, it still revealed an extremely noble temperament. It would instantly steal the attention of those who saw it at first glance, as if there was a radiance around him. Seeing Lebecca like this, Wu Yan couldn't help but say, "Does the dean of this academy have a preference for girls? Why do the boys' uniforms look like waiters and the girls' uniforms look like princesses?" Hearing this, Lebecca couldn't help but chuckle. Complaining about the dean on the first day of school, you're the first. Others can't even get into this academy. Ma, I am just speaking the truth. Wu Yan sighed as he tugged at his uniform. He looked at Lebecca. But, is this really okay? What? Let me in. Seeing Lebecca's confused expression, Wu Yan crossed his arms and smacked his lips. I heard that only by obediently finishing 3 years of basic classes and passing the exam can one be promoted to advanced classes. Lebecca, I seem to be in the first year of advanced classes, right? Is this okay? So you've already heard. Lebecca suddenly understood. Her noble smile didn't diminish in the slightest. Indeed, when I went to explain to the academy yesterday, there was a strong objection. Strong objection. Wu Yan glanced at Rebecca's unchanging smile and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Looking at you, I feel like we should be on good terms. Well, it was a good discussion. Rebecca winked mischievously. Because I told them that you are an excellent student who is at least at the level of a dragon knight. Ha! Wu Yan was surprised. You're not joking, are you? Rebecca puffed out her chest. Do I look like I'm joking to you? You do. Very much so. You're joking. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain and sigh. If my fall isn't a divine dragon, then you'll be treated as a liar. That would be a huge mistake. Then tell me now. Rebecca walked up to Wu Yan and put her hands on her hips. She lowered her body and asked meaningfully. Is your fall a holy dragon? Wu Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance as he looked at the breathtaking face that was so close to him. He pressed a finger against Rebecca's forehead and pushed her away. You want to know? You'll know in the future. How heartless. Rebecca grumbled when she saw Wu Yan pushing her away. She had a bright smile on her face. She's in a good mood. The two of them had only met yesterday, but they spoke as if they had been good friends for many years. There was no sense of unfamiliarity. Rebecca found it unbelievable. However, she had to admit that she could feel relaxed talking to Wu Yan. This feeling lifted her mood. However, when she glanced at the back of Wu Yan's right hand, the scene that entered her eyes made her tense and surprised. That's star engraving. On the back of Wu Yan's right hand, there's a mark carved into it. It was the size of a palm. There was a dragon head on the inside and a white engraving with a ring on the outside. You're talking about this? Wu Yan raised his right hand and casually explained, this is just a smokescreen. After all, my star engraving is not suitable to appear in front of others. Rebecca finally revealed a relieved expression. However, she did not notice that a strange light flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.